All right. Good morning. Happy New Year. Okay, so futures off the best levels. We were up over 50 handles at one point. We're currently up 34 and a half. Trading 27.25, 69.27.25. Oh, what can I tell you? Let me update Gamma. He was late this morning. Let's see.
Cleaning is a stressful chore. You can scrub by hand all day. There has to be a better way. Now there is with the Spinny Scrub, the revolutionary handheld spinning scrub brush that makes cleaning a snap. Make pots and pans shine. Deep clean your grout and tile. Even filthy shoes look like new. The Spinny Scrub is easy to recharge and store away. And with detachable heating heads, you can relax and let the Spinny Scrub do all the work. Scan the code on your screen and order your Spinny Scrub today.
Okay, let's see. Let me just do this.
It's a flexible insert that stops everything from falling into that annoying soup gap. Scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the soup gap monster.
No major data on tap for today. JP Morgan collar finalized on Wednesday.
And that number was lower than Wall Street consensus. Company affected by the end of the EV tax credit, which happened right before the start of the fourth quarter. For the full year of 2025, Tesla delivered roughly 1.65 million vehicles. Next, Baidu shares of the Chinese internet company are soaring ahead of the opening bell as it looks to capitalize on the AI chip boom. The company has a chip division and it just filed for an IPO in Hong Kong. There weren't details about the size of the offering, but Jefferies estimates the company's valuation between $16 billion and $23 billion. Finally, furniture stocks, mainly Wayfair and RH, those stocks hitting boost after getting a reprieve from President Trump's tariffs. Trump announcing late Wednesday he will delay the tariff increase on furniture and kitchen cabinets for a year. They were supposed to go into effect on January 1st. The existing 25% tariff on those products remains in place. It's the administration's latest delay in the roller coaster of tariff policies. On many occasions, the levy would be unexpectedly announced, only to be rolled back, and it comes as the administration faces growing voter concerns over prices and affordability. Retail investors today aren't the same ones day trading their pajamas in a family member's basement using a dial-up internet connection. They have growing influence and are armed with more research and insight than ever before. Consider this: retail ETF influence last year.
Okay, Friday. Oh, it feels like a Monday. Friday update. Just going to update Gamma. Okay.
But finding new names to invest in is very much an important undertaking. Let's find some of these names. Still with me is Dave Nass, Roundhill Investments Chief Executive Officer.
Just updating Gamma.
Some names that might be able to be purchased by the retail investor, and in some cases, they like those stocks below $100.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. So retail investors actually were the largest source of demand for U.S. equities last year. They're actually forecasted to be the largest source of demand again in 2026, according to JP.
Okay, so Gamma's updated if you're interested.
We actually take a step back and see, well, what was retail buying? Of course, they were buying private ETFs, the record numbers that you mentioned a moment ago. But we're actually seeing retail investors expand from the tried and true names like the Vegas 7 stocks.
Okay, New York Fangs are mixed. Broadcom was up a bit. Broadcom, let's take a look at that. Broadcom. Have April calls on Broadcom. Looking for that to get back above the 50-day. Microsoft. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft. Inside day for now. Inside of Wednesday's price action. Futures backing off. People taking profits going into the opening bell. We got about 10 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. January 2nd, first trading day of the new year. Okay, let's see. What does NASDAQ 100 look like? Mostly green. NASDAQ 100. Let's see. Survey says about 4 stocks are declining. About 20 or so are unchanged. So about 75 stocks advancing on the NASDAQ 100.
Retail stepping by, leading to sort of outside performance in 2025. And I think some companies are now sort of waking up to the company that they should care about their retail shareholder base. Kind of, a company, of course, like Robert is at the forefront of that.
Okay, let's see. That's the NASDAQ.
That's going to continue to take some time, though, because the entire industry, investor relations departments, to your point, we're really set up for traditional actively managed mutual fund managers. So professional investors, not the retail investor, but we know that the retail investor is continuing to put money in stocks. They're probably going to end up not just that they know and believe in from a sort of valuation earnings standpoint.
Okay, Microsoft. All right, so looking for what we'll be watching for today is institutions. Are they going to be buying for the new year, or are they going to wait until Monday? Currently, SPY inside of Wednesday's price action. Of course, if you were paying attention to when Wednesday's close, JP Morgan collar finalized. Initially started out at 65.15, 54.95, and 71.95. Finished up the day. The call side was still 71.95. Call side, the short to finance the put spread. Put spread 64.75, 65.15. So that collar gives the opportunity for about 5% upside and protects for a 20% downside move. So those 35,000 contracts, a bit smaller than recent, I believe, right? In the 40,000 contracts, approximately. Okay. Let's get ready.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So we relaunched actually the Roundhill Beatstock ETF, ticker E, for investors.
Okay, let me get my S&P trade set up already. Okay, so S&P 0 day. I like to have a put and a call ready for the trading day. I'm going to start doing this before the open. That way I'm not jumping around. Let's see. So right now we're up. Right now we're up 34 handles. So let me go. About 68.80. 68.80 for the puts. Okay, and the call side, I'll go up to about 6,900, somewhere around there. Let me just put 6,900 in here for now. Okay, so I got my grid set up. Puts and calls. I might actually do I might actually do a grid of 4, 2 puts and 2 calls spaced out, like a 30 and a 40 delta. If you were really quick on Wednesday, end of day, that the puts that were trading pretty actively, those jumped from $1.50 to $11 within 5 minutes. And having a grid like this ready, you can just hit the buy button and get into the trade, sell into strength. It's not for everybody. I mean, if you have an opportunity, if you can follow the markets actively. Anyway, that was something I observed on Friday. So too quick to post the exact trade, other than just saying keep an eye on options for the pop or the drop in this case. So this is why we had the movement that we did on Wednesday. Initially, the markets were pretty flat, but finished up on the year, obviously, 14%. Qs did show some relative weakness, so we got to pay attention to any improvements we see there.
She's enjoying a beautiful day outdoors with friends and family. She's also managing her type 2 diabetes by taking Jardiance, a little pill with a big story to tell. You see, once daily Jardiance can help lower your A1C. Jardiance.
First trading day of the new year. Let's get some movement. Maybe we can get a trend going.
See some of the trends and kind of the dynamics that we have seen here. We can see back in 2001, back between 2018 to 2020, especially in 2018, before COVID-19 was a thing, we were showing maybe some signs of cracking within the economy as well.
Let's look at the way junk bonds closed out.
As well, we started seeing some failures of auctions and things of that nature. You're starting to see that same
junk
activity. Now, be mindful. It was also a year-end, quarter-end that we saw this.
Okay, so despite the pullback, most indicators were neutral. Despite the weakness that we saw due to the JP Morgan collar roll, selling calls and buying puts. JP Morgan selling calls and buying puts, creating some negative gamma. We have some positive gamma just underneath prices right now. Let's see what. Let's go look at Trace. As I was saying on Wednesday, most likely we'll see some buying for the new year. Okay, so we'll be looking for that. Wasn't too concerned about Wednesday because we know the JP Morgan collar roll would have an impact on the markets. Okay, we got about 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets.
We are starting to see a little bit more liquidity coming back into the market. I think that's going to be a good sign here. Once again, keep your eye out on those regional banks. They have had a decent run, but they have been pulling back here, breaking that 20-day moving average, getting back within this range between 57.90 to the downside and 66.5 to the upside.
Okay, we are open. All right, hedge flows are starting to turn up to begin. Hedge flows are turning up to begin the trading day. Shorts covering. Okay, there goes the futures starting to move. Okay, I'm not going to jump on anything at the moment.
Now we've got about 40 seconds to go here, and so obviously as we get up and running for 2026, 2026. It looks like we are kicking things off on a stronger note with a lot of the tailwinds that you mentioned. Obviously, some big news that we've got out this morning. We've got these Tesla Q4 deliveries as well. Obviously, Diane's going to be running us through them. So thanks so much, KG, for talking us through what's been on your mind. Obviously, as we get up and running here, because there have been a lot of questions in the back end of 2025.
Okay, I'm going to adjust these strikes. I guess waiting isn't a big deal to fill in my active trader windows. Okay, we're looking for a follow through on the S&P.
Your screen here as we get up and running for 2026. Your first bell of the year, the S&P 500 kicking things off 0.6% higher at 6887. We've got the Dow Jones at 0.2% higher, putting on 96 points right now.
Okay, so the Adobe I can close for $150 right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do that if I can get out at 150. Okay.
Usual suspects. We'll run you through that. Russell 2000 also catching a bid.
They're bidding
This morning for the new year. We are up 0.6%.
$15.
Let's take a look at what else is on the move this morning with some of the other products, of course. And we did mention that we've got the US 10-year at 4.16. We have, of course, got the DXY kicking things off at 98 for us this morning as well. So plenty of moving parts. We've got gold catching a bid today as well. We've seen that recovery off the back of the volatility earlier this week in those precious metals, 43.75 there for the precious metal. The yellow stuff and the black stuff is $56 a barrel right now at 0.9% lower, as we are, of course, tracking a lot of these global cross currents. And just a quick recap of what's happening in crypto too. We've got Bitcoin catching a bid today, 1.5% higher at 89,000 and change. We are still stuck below that 90,000 level. We just can't get past there. But all right, for the first moves after the open, we are joined by Diane Kinghorn. Happy New Year!
Okay, hedge flow starting to turn lower first.
It feels like a quiet day, but we've still got a little bit to chew on. Yeah, obviously. We do. Yeah, I mean, we have, of course, had those Tesla deliveries coming out. Just talk us through the significance of that. Kevin Hinks and I broke those numbers.
Yeah,
and so he talked a little bit about the sort of pre-market movements and performance there. But what are you seeing as we get up and running here?
What's interesting is
Okay, NASDAQ 100 still pretty green.
reaction, and it goes to show that the case is still standing for Tesla. That is more than just a
Okay, so presently we got about 200 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, about 45. So it's about 50-50 on the Qs.
That was a little below Wall Street expectations. Production came in at higher, a little bit more than 434,000. So there's an inventory build there. Shares still on the rise again as investors shake this off because, one, they were bracing for softer numbers here. Two, they're looking beyond
Hedge flows continue to move lower.
because competition is eating its lunch. I know you know well the footprint in Asia when it comes to electric vehicles, Sam. And BYD, last year, 4.6 million vehicles. Compare that to Tesla's 1.6 million. Completely eating Tesla's lunch on that front. Again, Q4 deliveries for Tesla down about 16% on a year-over-year basis. Production falling 5.5% year-over-year. Deliveries overall on an annual basis down 8.6% from 2024 to 2025.
All right, SPY, a little fade there, looking for a bounce now.
Deliveries for Tesla. It's a shift that you have to know from that high growth story.
S&P.
Now, keep in mind, of course, there
All right, let's get the new numbers for S&P.
One of those was the bumpy relationship with President Trump and some overseas politics. So that certainly created some headwinds. Although Tesla does not break out by geography, there are some other reports that shows they had some weakness in Europe.
Okay, you guys are boring me now.
Europe is not, the massive portion
Just
of it.
ad lib.
You want to know that
Everybody has an opinion about Tesla. Okay.
Doesn't seem as if it needs obviously any fixing. I'm trying to figure out thematically if there's a reason that maybe we're starting to see a little more of this type of turnover. You're 5+ years.
Okay, those are new values for there. Goes the SOPA on the move. SOPA SOPA's on the move from Wednesday.
Moment to step away and kind of declare victory. So a lot of that, I do think also you see a little bit of a wave in December on these CEO announcements. So it is interesting when it comes to the Walmart Amazon thing. One of the more fascinating pieces of it is that investors of Amazon almost never really talk about the e-commerce business as dominant and huge as it is. It's almost not the thing that swings the perception of the company's
Santoli. I like Mike Santoli.
Strictly about, AWS and whether
He's got, I like his delivery. It's not arrogant. SIDU is also up on the morning.
It is important to remember that Amazon's do exceed many of the other hyperscalers in part because they still do spend an awful lot of money on that network, Mike. For sure. In terms of the
S&P looks like we're gonna drift a bit lower here.
They continue to try to shorten the amount of time between when you order and when you receive.
Hedge flows have yet to turn.
I can remember when I did the documentary on Amazon many years ago, and one of their executives said, "We're going to have it down to the same day," and I thought that was.
Of course, we have call flies for the end of January. Looking for markets to move up towards that JP Morgan collar. 7,000 for now. 71, was it 71.95, whatever it was? Okay, futures bouncing rather sharply at the moment.
Every sector did finish higher in 2025, and I've made this point before. It's not all.
I love this conversation we're hearing right now. Okay, supplies overhead. Swing low. Swing lows there. Wednesday.
One of the key questions is, does that continue?
Yes. Well, look, there was a broadening out in the sense that it wasn't as if only tech stocks were up. But in an environment where the S&P is up 16%, and the median stock in the S&P is up 6 or 7% in the year, and 1/3 of all stocks were down, it shows you that it's still a selective market. It doesn't mean it's
SOPA still on the move. SOPA.
It basically says it's sort of like you have to have the earnings trajectory story, or maybe during times of the year you're considered to be, a safer, more defensive type play. That hasn't really worked that well in general. So I would agree that there is a broadening impulse in the market. It's been evident the last couple of months in particular. We were talking last week, right? S&P flat since late October. Financials up big. Transport's up big. Other cyclicals doing well. Tech down, software down a lot. So I'm not saying that can't continue, but if it continues, it's sort of, be aware.
Junk with a little bounce today. Junk looking for markets to rise. Looking for dealers. Looking for portfolio managers and hedge fund managers to start buying for the new year. A lot of adjustments on Wednesday. Okay, JP Morgan collar. Okay, if you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday. Okay, and if you were paying attention on Friday or Wednesday, I keep saying Friday. If you were paying attention on Wednesday, this is the finalized strikes for JP Morgan. So it's 71.55. 71.55. So 7,000. Obviously, we could see a drift in that direction. Put side, 65.15. So I'm just going to remember 6,500 and 7,100 levels. Okay, right now we're watching.
There's this idea that we're lapping some of the worst of the tariffs, and we've made a lot of the trade deals, or at least frameworks for agreement on trade. So we know a lot of the rates of what they're going to be. So maybe there'll be more clarity.
Just watching the S&P for now.
Waiting the Supreme Court decision on the
looking for more improvement.
Tariffs and whether they deem it illegal, and then see how the administration reacts to that. They said the tariffs are here to stay.
AFJK is up, of course. We bought some down into the 65 level. AFJK. It's trading at what, 87 or so? 91.
What is the effective tariff on?
So they brought back the worst of the China tariff rates. I'll look up the exact
30s or 40s, maybe.
But you know, and
Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down.
as a
Of course,
result.
as we talked about, the story of 2025 was the resilience of the Chinese export machine to find new markets, so that they ended up with $1 trillion surplus, even though they were exporting fewer items to the United States.
Effective tariff rate 37% as of September in China. Overall, I think our effective tariff rate is like 10, a little over 10% right now.
S&P, we're going to fade. We got lower highs for now. S&P, watch for a fade.
A little bit higher than 10, but also remember, tech hardware is exempted in most cases. And it seems like, I think one of the potential outcomes, if, let's say, the Supreme Court rules against the kind of across-the-board national security rationale for those tariffs, I do think it's an opportunity.
Google. All right, so stocks from last week, or from the earlier part of the week, we were looking for Google prior to the holiday. We're looking for Google to follow through. Okay, Google with a big move today, starting to show signs of a breakout. Google, I'll be adding to Google. Google.
And all the rest of it, where you're kind of, deciding what really hurts and what's effective and not. Let's not do bananas and coffee.
Okay, Google, let me just tell you what I have here on Google. Google, I have the January 16th, 320.
Guys, with the S&P up about 1/3%, the Nasdaq up almost 1%. Don't want to forget about the largest market cap company in the world, that being NVIDIA, starting right now with a strong gain, up over 2%. Our shares of NVIDIA, of course, as we pointed out, down from its high back in October, and you can see it right there. Nonetheless, a nice start. AMD shares also, Mike, having a nice move here, up some 4+.
Google looks good.
So obviously in the very early going.
Yeah, it seems like, that was the little shorthand version of how to start.
Okay, Apple on the move. Okay, so we got Apple calls too. Apple looking good.
A fair bit that have not really seen a change in their earnings forecast at all. If anything, that they've been resilient.
Broadcom,
That's a pretty easy
popping.
trade on day one.
Broadcom.
Go to the leadership group of this
Microsoft
market,
down.
like the fundamentals haven't changed.
NVIDIA's up. NVIDIA up.
So that's probably one way of of just framing that out.
Okay.
When it comes to NVIDIA, it's quite phenomenal. I mean, how great the year is almost certainly going to be, and what the market is waiting to hear in order to just give it that extra bump above the former highs, and also to rebuild its valuation. Mentioning, of course, last week that it's kind of not that far above a market multiple, and it actually is growing.
Okay, let's keep an eye on hedge flows. Of course, we know what the JP Morgan collar looks like now. Hedge flows, we're looking for a turn. We do have some positive gamma below. Let's go look at 0 day. 0 day. Look at net open interest. A little bit of support in this area, just a little. Okay.
Thank you for joining us. We'll see you later. Mike Santoli. Here's another look at how stocks are faring in early trading. As we mentioned, strong open semiconductors, usual suspects driving some of the gains here. The S&P up 0.4%. So we're kicking off 2026 in a strong.
No hurry.
Utilities are up.
We'll see how the markets settle down if we get a nice trend to start.
The Nasdaq 1% higher while the Dow is lagging. We'll be right back.
Micron. Of course, looking to add to Micron, looking for better things to come for Micron going into 2026. 274% earnings growth is what analysts are looking for the year. 2026, 274%. They made what, $8 last year? They're looking for, was it 20 something this year? Let's see what those numbers are again. Let's see. Here's Micron for 2026. The numbers in the box on the left. Okay, so they made $8 last year, $8 and change. This year they're looking for $31 in change as we build out the AI infrastructure. So way underpriced for right now. Futures trying to turn, watching this hedge flows, watching the hedge flows, looking for a turn here. Okay, let's go look at Hero. Okay, So puts are being sold, calls are being bought. Okay, so we had the opposite of that into the lows on Wednesday. We had calls being sold and puts being bought as JP Morgan adjusted their collar, 35,000 strikes, 75.15 overhead, 6,500 basically below, round numbers. Okay, let's see, what is this moving here? Looking good. Futures trying to climb back up. Watching hedge flows here for now. Watching hedge flows to make a turn, a little bottom turn, if you will. Or if we're going to resume the move lower, keep an eye on this for now. Still early. It's only 9:47. Still 9:47. $137 stocks. We had 200 advancing. Now we only have 137. Future, there it goes, futures. Futures on the move. Okay, here we go. That's what we want to see. Rick Santelli. Love this guy. He's so sharp. He doesn't take any shit from anybody. If you want to know about bonds, just listen to Santelli. He's only been doing it for what, 30-something years? At the CME.
The month after that at 53 was the highest of the year and has gradually been going down. And this is the lowest since that sub 50 level in July. Manufacturing doesn't seem to be doing so great, but it is above.
All right, we got a nice move on PMI. Nice move on PMI.
Right now, we're at a 417 in a 10-year, which is virtually unchanged on the day. It's up 3 basis points on the week. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break.
Excuse me. All right, nice little pop there. All right, let's see if they're talking any more nonsense over at Schwab. Oh, what happened to this dude? The guy that's always on, the white-haired guy that's always on the New York Stock Exchange. He's got a neck brace. All right, we're about to break out. We're about to break higher here. All right, futures are on the move. Got a little bit of supply. Got another level of supply overhead.
Let's get over to our lead market technician. That is Rick Ducat. Very good morning. Happy New Year to you, Rick. And what levels are you seeing on the S&P 500 to start off the new year?
Yes, good morning, Sam. Happy New Year to you as well. Today we're going to be looking at the S&P
Happy New Year.
versus
Happy New
gold.
Year.
I thought it was interesting to kind of compare. We have our ES futures down here up about 17%. Meanwhile, gold up 63%. Silver, you might have missed it, up 145%. Meanwhile, Bitcoin, the supposedly
Okay, back up to the top of the range. Do we break through this or do we retrace? Keep an eye on this right here.
And to focus here now, this is the SPY, the S&P 500 ETF. Since we had those all-time highs here,
Yes.
more
recently kind of stuck in at these high points here near 690. If you were to backtrack, you can see this was where we topped out here and several times here. This is a 4-hour chart, by the way. But in the short,
Yeah, Grover, I like Broadcom. Broadcom on that move is really chugging along here. There go the futures. PMI numbers better than anticipated.
88 or so. When we take a longer term look, we can see it on our yearly chart here. The shape that we could draw would be more of a rising wedge type shape here. Our old blue trend line, which was pretty consistent for much of the past year after things stabilized from the tariff news shock. We have broken that, but it then became a resistance point here. Now our shorter term white trend line going across the lows is roughly where we find ourselves today. Volume nodes match up pretty cleanly with what we just were looking at here, but 660 and 685 or so are the levels to watch on a yearly basis. RSI trending downward, still in bullish territory, but showing a bit of divergence here. Bullish divergence, not exactly what you'd want to see at these highs. When we look ahead to the next few months, options expirations for January, 2.3% range, February.
All right, New York Fang's looking a lot better. New York Fang's looking better.
6.5% potential expected move area.
New York Fang's looking bullish.
So let's take a look at gold today. Higher again. Obviously, we are seeing a recovery off the back of that volatility earlier in the week. Talk us through what you're seeing.
Nice follow through to start the year.
Setup here in terms of our chart style this time. Gold since October, 4-hour chart, a channel going toward the upside here across our lows, duplicate line going across the highs, gives us these boundaries that we've been looking at here. For now, gold staying above this.
All right, futures looking good.
Right here, just below 400. We've been hanging on to the previous highs from this range as well after a bit of fluctuation here. So now the next spot to be watching would be those highs.
Okay, hedge flows taking off to the upside. Hedge flows looking good.
Chart here, we can see that it's a bit of a different picture in terms of our volume nodes. There are smaller nodes that you can see that stick out a little bit more, around 370 or so right here. And then 385 or so, 395. So those are the areas to watch here. But our horizontal levels, 401, right about here, represents some old highs. And then we also had some older lows here. That's where our volume starts to drop off as well. You're about 395 or so. RSI trending downward here. Big interruption here after we saw some bearish divergence in this product here, but we remain above the 50 midline. Finally, when we look at our expected move for the next few months here, our orange box 4% for January 16th, February 20th expiration, almost 7% here. Our yellow box, finally March 20th, green box 8.6% potential expected move according to the options market.
All right, great stuff as always. Thank you so much, Rick Ducat, for getting us across the S&P and gold today for us. Let's update today's trading with our market meet-up panel. That is the panel of one today. Alex Coffey joining me now. So obviously we're seeing a bit of mixed performance, actually. A nice day for the NASDAQ. Usual suspects. We've got NVIDIA higher. Very, very nice day for some of these chip stocks. I mean, look at some of the memory names. You've got Sandisk rallying up 10%, Micron up 8%. So really building on the triple digits that we saw in the Dow today. Perhaps a few things weighing on that. I see Salesforce, Mickey D's, Walt Disney. Just talk us through what your takeaways are in the market for us today. Happy New Year to you, Alex.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Sam, and good morning to you. What I would say is this is a market that's much more reflective of the market of the last 7
Looking for a follow through in the futures.
Narrow in its focus, and it's found itself with AI big tech leadership today. You know, we closed the day on Wednesday with less than 5% of the S&P 500 components higher and only one of the NASDAQ 100 components higher on the session. It looks a little bit better than that today.
Oh, sorry. Didn't realize you were on mute there.
Sharp trade ideas, minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed.
Futures just sitting here doing nothing at the moment. Okay, we're going to pick a direction soon, I would imagine. We're already up on the day, so we basically have this level over here and dealing with the range. Watch your MACD. Why did this change?
Grandparents moved here. Did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
All right, let's see if we can break out of this range, S&P.
Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Okay, futures looking like it wants to go here. Start the new year. Let's start it off right. Get back above Wednesday's price action. For the most part, Wednesday's price action is, a throwaway day because we knew that JP Morgan, the collar that had to be traded out, didn't expect it to be as intense as it was, but be that as it may, this looks pretty good for a bounce. Bouncing right at the 21 day, the 21, the 50, 90 EMA. Those are all bullish up and to the right. So we should see a follow through, I would imagine.
We are inching closer. Let's take a look at where markets stand around half an hour into trading for.
Okay, why don't we do that? Oh boy. Hope everyone had a good holiday. Uneventful, safe. I know that's kind of boring, but being here in one piece, it's always good to see everyone in the trading room. We're pushing a bit higher now.
Today I'm looking at some under the radar charts that I think also define the year that we should be watching.
Calls looking good.
So we talked about
Calls are looking good on the S&P. S&P calls catching a bid.
You talk about it when the prices go up. These are the other crypto assets. Solana was down double digits, more than 30% for the year. And I think what that shows is that the momentum came out of Bitcoin, and when that happens, the benchmark, everybody else also suffers. And Bitcoin was coming off of a few years of double-digit gains, and it really stalled out.
6,900. 6,900s.
Gold, if you're looking at, I don't know, alternative currencies or anything like that,
Target.
alternative dollar assets. When gold had such a strong year, Bitcoin did not.
Okay, hedge flows up. Hedge flows are up. Hedge flows are bullish.
But it's correlated with all of them. It's a little more.
Without a doubt, but it is a public blockchain, obviously. So in that way, it's kind of similar to Ethereum, which is another one, of course. We've seen Ethereum treasury companies. Yeah, remember when that was all the rage for a period last year as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw what happened to Strategy, the former MicroStrategy in terms of its holdings of Bitcoin.
Hedge flows are bullish. 921 50-day are bullish and trending on the daily S&P.
Which I think is also a big story of the year. Rare earth magnets. I mean, last year was the year that this came on all of our agenda. Look, it was helpful that the U.S.
Okay, we got six sectors. XLK is up a bit. XLK plus 1.7%. Semis. Micron. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA. Micron, NVIDIA.
government support and also the fact that they're going to be in very high demand, ramping up production there. So that was one I wanted to highlight. And then the final.
There goes Broadcom. Broadcom.
Best performing indexes in Korea. South Korea market up more than 70%. Do you know what the best?
Okay, we got 250 stocks advancing now. Okay, back to 250. SPX 100 stocks advancing now 250. Improving.
The reason I mention it is because it's a phenomenon that's kind of gone global, which is all the cool beauty trends, whether it's
Okay, Apple ripping.
or devices, they happen, they start in Korea.
Okay, Apple ripping off of that 50-day moving average. We were looking for this last week. We didn't get it. So today we're looking for Apple to follow through. Okay, off. Ooh, look at that. Look at that candle. Apple.
Which are a key part of the market. But by the way, on that note, how many billionaires were created over these last few years as well of people who are actors or
selling their beauty brands.
Incredible.
I know it's worked really well, but at a time where actually the beauty industry here in the U.S. hasn't been as robust as it's been in recent years. If you look at an Ulta, for instance, or some of these other, an Estee Lauder, it's booming in South Korea. So I just thought I would mention that because it's a big trend.
Okay, looking good. Futures looking for more upside. Futures still dancing around this area. Back down into this range now.
Interactive brokers, chief strategists. We won't ask you about K Beauty, but I do think it speaks to the fact that the rally was global, and it wasn't just about AI. And I wonder how that sets us up for this year.
Well, I think anytime
Okay, they're gonna fade this. What are they gonna do?
anytime we get a broadening of a rally, that's generally a good thing. And internationally, that really woke people up. And we can debate the causes, and that probably we'd run out of time debating the causes. But people began to look internationally. I think
Apple looks really great. Nice start to the year.
And it's a big wide.
Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, the 60 minutes fairly flat, but we're above, so we need to lean neutral to bullish on Apple.
And that continues. People are still looking to do that.
They clearly are. I mean, we see the Asian markets. You know, they got off to a great start this morning, basically this year. But
okay, Micron.
We saw a lot of that more first and second quarter into the third quarter. I think it's kind of a little bit more back to the knitting, but there's definitely
Micron up. Okay, that's looking better.
The international exposure to their portfolios in a pretty major way this year.
Remember when tariffs were supposed to kill all these emerging markets and Asian economies? I mean, that idea completely backfired.
Yeah, I mean, because you know what? It's very difficult to bet against the ingenuity of management teams. Ultimately, companies figure out ways to do this stuff. And international companies are no less intelligent than domestic companies, and they figured out their ways around it. Plus, I do think there was a real desire for people to get exposure.
Okay, watching MACD.
The dollar and into other currencies.
That needs to turn up.
Taking on the currency exposure instead of avoiding it.
When it comes to 2026, what are some of sort of the key things you'll be watching, moments and or events perhaps this year that are important?
The few things that I think really need to be discussed in a big way. Number one is the propensity of markets to kind of do lousy in midterm election years. We've had two bear markets in 10 years. They're both in midterm election years, 18 and 22. And 18 began with Volmageddon. I don't know that we're that sort of set up now, but we're definitely it's something I'm keeping an eye on. Fed chairs tend to get stern tests in their when they start their new terms, and we can go back over the history of it. Pretty much only Yellen escaped a real
range bound. Micron still going, breaking out the new highs. Micron looks good. Thank you very much.
Turn to that 2018 Volmageddon. Yellen had an okay time, sort of 2014, 2015. Before that, Bernanke took office just in time for the global financial crisis, and Alan Greenspan before him took office August '87, and we all know what happened in October. So I'm not going to say that all these things transpire, but one certainty we have is we're getting a new Fed chair. How it all transpires is a big uncertainty. And I think also, I know this has been discussed before, but the reliance on
okay, we're back down the VWAP.
Hopefully to become public.
Back down the VWAP.
Companies who have to scale up immensely to meet the commitments that they have.
I don't mean to pick on OpenAI, but how does a company with call it $20 billion in revenue meet $1 trillion of commitments over the coming 5 years?
Yeah.
How do you do that? And if you don't do that, I know everybody's, today is back to Mag 7 day, at least so far. But if they don't do that, I think that
Futures
upends
pulling back.
the earnings growth that's priced into the market because we are so top heavy.
So you have a good sense of retail.
Tesla trying to bounce. Broadcom at the highs.
How did they perform in 2025? And what level of exposure do they have to risk assets in 26?
For the most part, they did pretty well. I would say the big moment for retail really came in April because what we saw was as institutions were getting
Apple trading at the highs.
Customers were buying the dip, and our customers have been assiduously buying every dip.
Okay, I have 277.50s for January 16th expiration. 2 weeks.
Strategy works perfectly all the time, and I do get concerned that there will be a day and it doesn't work, and that could be problematic. But for the most part, it's worked for them. We did see a lot of real speculation earlier.
Got 2 weeks for earnings to start. January 13th, we got JP Morgan will start earnings.
Social media buy and chase type of stories. We did see that, and they faded away from that. They got heavily into silver in the last weeks. SLV, which I don't recall ever seeing on our top 25 most active list, was number 3.
Is that problematic to you?
It is problematic in the sense that it's not problematic in the sense that our customers are very much drawn to volume and volatility. And so if there is a story, if there's something moving, they trade it. Our most active customers are very aggressive that way. I don't love the fact that silver's on a parabolic move higher. And you mentioned the Bitcoin chart over the year. If you do Bitcoin versus gold over a 2-year period, they actually performed almost identically. It's actually it's uncanny. Silver, on the other hand, went parabolic in the fourth quarter, and parabolic moves are
Palantir, another bearish day on Palantir.
They have a way of unraveling very quickly. So
To start the year, we're 3 days under the 50-day moving average. Palantir. Okay, Palantir, this is the 3rd day below the 50-day. Lower Bollinger Band, looking for everything to turn back up, hopefully.
All I'll say to that is yes. That's all I can say is thank you.
S&P at VWAP, looking for MACD to turn.
It's the way the
Inside day on the daily for now. Still, we got lower highs. We need to see a reversal on that. Hold this level, get back above Wednesday's high. Futures pulling back more.
I alluded to the April example, but I think this was really, in many ways, a year where individual investors flexed their muscles. And again, I think there were times this year where institutional investors got nervous, individual investors did not, and to a certain extent kept the market going because of their
So much for the bulls. You got hedge flows turning right back down. Oh boy, just after 10 o'clock on the East Coast, we've got calls being sold. Puts are okay. We had a lot of put selling on the morning. Some put selling to start the day. Wednesday we had put buying and call selling due to the JP Morgan collar. So right now, I'm just looking for a trend. We're just back and forth. Hedge flows turning back down.
A silver bubble is happening, and whether it's going to pop. Let's walk on the street. We'll be right back.
Futures continuing to pull back into this range. Okay. All right, so it's really, it's hard to pick a direction right here. We're just kind of in a range. We could come back down and test this level. Watch your MACD and volume. If it starts to pick up in one direction or another, you can see the volume on the sell side is intense for now. Micron at the highs. Micron, we have March calls. The 310 strike, we're almost there. Micron. Adobe having a bearish day on Adobe. Okay, Adobe having a bearish day. Is there news on Adobe? What's going on with Adobe? Adobe. Adobe. Back down to the 50-day. Adobe. I don't see any new news. Just selling to start the year. Interesting. Watching for Adobe to turn back up. S&P moving back down. Looks like a big range to start the day. No direction. VWAP is flat. Inside day on the daily. All right. S&P moving. Still going here. S&P dropping off. Wow, that was a pretty big reversal, eh? Let's see if we can pick up anything on hedge flows. Not really. Back down to the low here.
Welcome back. Tesla releasing its latest delivery numbers this morning. Fourth quarter deliveries came in below consensus. Annual deliveries as well fell for what is the second consecutive year. Joining us now, Craig Irwin, Managing Director, Senior Research Analyst at Roth Capital Partners. Craig, always good to have you. First, just give me your take on the delivery numbers.
Small miss.
Okay, we got some positive gamma here at 68.60.
I don't really see deliveries as meaningful. Right here.
Gonna fade the gap already.
Important 3Q, and the more important data point in the release is the mega pack. 14.2 gigawatt hours versus 12.5. We probably have a revenue beat at chunky 30% gross margins, which means this quarter is probably a gap beat. And that's really what
Micron.
Into the actual numbers at the end of the month.
So they continue to that part of the business continues to grow quite quickly. Energy storage.
Yeah, storage is going gangbusters, as you would expect in this utility environment. Data center is red hot. The grid is stressed all over the country. Corporate utility customers want whatever they can get, and Tesla's an obvious beneficiary.
Well, the cynics would say, anything to distract from the fact that they sell fewer automobiles than they did.
MACD still pointing lower. Volume.
Should that not be a concern?
Lots of selling volume. This is kind of odd. Okay. Calls were bid there for a while. Now puts are being bid, obviously. Hedge flows continue to drop off. 68.60. We're going to get some support here.
Whether or not they're able to successfully keep selling their cars as they decontent them to bring down the ASPs for the average consumer. But yes, it's real risk. There's a halo around a lot of the other pieces of the business model, but we definitely need the cash flows and the revenue from the core automotive business.
Well, I was going to ask if the inflection point is coming soon enough.
Hedge flow still moving lower. Let's look at Hero. Hero. Okay, they're buying puts, selling calls like Wednesday. So we had some weakness that followed that. Lots of chop. Micron's still going though. Micron's still looking very strong. Nvidia trying to hold on to these gains. Apple trying to hold on to its gains. Broadcom, same thing. Microsoft pulled back. Adobe's still pulling back. It's at the 50-day.
Limited deployment, right? When are they going to get to 1,000 units in the Bay Area or 500 units in Austin? They only just took the chaperones out of the cars in Austin for testing. Last week? It was expected. It was in line, but they need to get them out of the cars. I mean, I don't really care if they have these what do they call them? The teleoperation engineers behind the cars. I mean, that's for safety. Obviously we want zero risk with these vehicles.
But they need to keep making progress there. And I think that that's going to be the biggest piece of valuation at 26. And then Optimus is kind of like cake dressing at this point. It's something that has tremendous opportunity, but the robotics stuff. Let me just say, I'm hearing competition out of China.
I don't see any news on Adobe. What's going on final? That's 12/31 today.
Companies here, I don't think are doing anything too differentiated from what's already been done
from what the Chinese may be able to do. A lot of it obviously comes down to what those hands can do. Pretty incredible to watch them. But on that note, then, so it's going to be.
Jim Leventhal was talking about going long Adobe.
$50 or so from here, but it's going to be the metrics.
Jim Leventhal on Wednesday was talking about going long Adobe. Here's Adobe, pretty big day, down day at the moment. On some decent volume to end the year, start the year. We're below the 50-day.
Phenomenal gross margins, right? Can that continue to offset the flagging growth in automotive, right? 16% year-over-year decline. It's hard to wipe that away. But if storage is doing it,
Future is still looking pretty weak.
The storage side becomes okay. Storage is awesome. What's the future with CyberCab and Optimus? And that's what everybody's dreaming. I mean,
Waiting for a trend. For now, we're just fading the gap.
Those robots. That's nuts. I mean, that's
Well, he talked about 1 million by 2030. I think is what I remember him telling me last time we talked. Musk, that is. I would assume the preponderance of the conference call a month or so from now, when they have it, is going to be around.
A little bit of short covering here.
Not necessarily about EVs, right?
I think everybody's going to spend time on EVs and look to understand EVs, and Tesla's going to take market share in EVs, right? As everybody else is retrenching from the market. Their biggest competitor right now is BYD. BYD is getting bigger than them, but Tesla has these incredibly interesting, hyper growth opportunities, and is executing well on its growth business that's emerging. So, I don't think people are going to be too upset by a tiny miss in EVs.
Yeah, I mean, Elon warned about this a while ago. I don't even know if it was this year, the Chinese automakers. I just wonder where this goes and what it ultimately is going to mean for the U.S. auto industry, that these manufacturers are just becoming even more dominant. And in places like Europe, where we thought that at first there were going to be restrictions and barriers, and they're selling and they're adding capacity.
The key to the story is this, right? Tesla's a technology company, and they've been on the bleeding edge of adoption of things into the vehicle for a long time. Right now in storage, I believe that they're using, silicon carbide in all their converters. This is the bleeding edge. That would be, everybody's excited about Vertiv doing this with their EPC power block. But the reality is, I think Tesla's probably been doing it longer. There's no official teardown out there, but it's just what we're hearing from the engineers. It's a technology company. There's a reason that they have superior round-trip economics in those units. The Chinese usually are followers in that stuff. So Chinese are, obviously owning the supply chain of robotics. I don't think that the actuators and things like this are particularly high tech. As you mentioned, the hands, it's delicate engineering.
Yes.
Going forward, it's going to be about technology. It's going to be about who designs the most interesting solution with the best economics, and Tesla's done very, very well there. They've absolutely crushed the automotive industry as far as execution.
All right, we'll continue to move lower.
Many of their
Wow.
local contenders.
Yeah, well put in terms of sort of explaining the story, Craig. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we keep dropping off here. S&P.
AI experts take on 2026 and
Fill the gap, looks like.
Time for AI-powered robots, speaking of, to hit the mainstream. Plus, gold and silver coming off their best year in decades. Can the record gains keep coming? We'll discuss. But first, from Evercore to BTIG, we've got the street's top names you should be buying in 2026. In just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Wow. Holy smokes. That's a hell of a sell-off here. Okay, most stocks are pulling back with S&P still diving. Okay, we're filling the gap here. Okay, the 50-day is down below.
moving parts, obviously, with the supply-demand dynamics. We're looking for some durability in growth from the world's two biggest economies, obviously here in the US, but good PMI numbers at the back end of last year. I'd seen a note out sort of suggesting that, China is likely to continue to buy higher crude to keep the stockpiles higher as well. So that's obviously something to watch. You mentioned, obviously, supply concerns. We're going to be watching out for that OPEC Plus meeting.
Okay, kind of an odd day here so far to start.
Sort of prevailing narrative in the market
Puts continue to be in play.
Believe whether the supply worries in the market are justified.
I don't think the supply worries are really justified. I think there's plenty of supply to go
Okay,
around.
wow, that was a pretty big move down to 68.50.
We're oversupplied, and then there was this kind of small competing narrative saying, actually, we're not so oversupplied, and things are actually much closer to equilibrium than you're saying. And so I do think that in 2026, we're going to see some kind of understanding of whether the market is actually oversupplied or we're actually doing just right for what we're consuming.
Okay. You mentioned, obviously, some of the moving parts with respect to global conflicts. We've seen that geopolitical risk premium being priced into the oil market. We are waiting for an update on the Ukraine-Russia peace talk plans. Obviously, we've seen this sort of renewed flare-up with respect to what's going on in Iran, what is happening over in Yemen. We've been keeping tabs on what's been going on in Venezuela. What are you paying attention to the most?
That's a great question. Right now, I think the hotspots, as you mentioned, are what's happening with Russia, Ukraine. I think that is.
Can we get a bounce back now?
I think then we're actually seeing on the ground. I don't think we're that much closer to a resolution that would bring Russian barrels back on the market and not on this kind of sanction market.
Watch MACD for a reversal here. We filled the gap. Do we reverse?
So even if we do see, meeting of the minds and some kind of agreement, there's still going to be a process. It's not like Russian barrels are coming back the next day. Then we've got Venezuela. You've got the U.S. blockade there. I actually think that this can actually serve to push oil prices down, because right now Venezuelan oil is already sanctioned, so it's technically sold on the black market. If the U.S. is commandeering this oil, its plan, as far as we know, or at least according to President Trump, is to then funnel those barrels into U.S. supply. So it could end up in the SPR, it could end up on the regular market being sold by U.S. companies, and that would actually increase the total supply here. With Iran, they do produce barrels that if these political protests and political turmoil there does keep their oil from getting to the market, then we could definitely see an impact on prices, though they're not huge major producers. I think the question really is, we've seen a lot of protests before. We've seen a lot of political protests. Just because we're seeing widespread protests does not necessarily mean we're going to see some kind of revolution.
Are we going to go down and test the 50-day to start the year?
Are oil workers striking? Are they part of these protests or not? Because if they're not, then
okay, stocks moving back from the highs. Micron at the highs on the daily. Pulling back. All of the New York FANGs have pulled back. Like Friday, if you recall, Friday we had a nice start to the day, and then right after the opening bell, we had a sell program hit the markets. Okay, we got to wait now. Unfortunately, got to wait and see if there's going to be any trend today, or if it's just going to be the way we start the year. We ended the year on a sour note. We're starting the year on a sour note. No Santa Claus rally.
Continue their voluntary cuts, or they're going to pull back on them. And it's unlikely that they're going to do anything. They're not likely to make any changes right now. So that's going to set the tone for 2026. Then it would seem that 2026 will be more of 2025. But things can change in a heartbeat, as we've seen. So I wouldn't necessarily.
We closed up about 14% on the year 2025. We gained about 14%, just shy of a 20% gain. Like the previous 2 years, unusual to have another 20% year. That said, JP Morgan Collar did roll on Wednesday. if we're going to go ahead and test the 50-day, let's just get it over with, test the 50-day, and let's start the year off. Okay, MACD is trying to turn up. MACD is trying to turn up.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals.
Watch for bear flag.
And more time learning.
Watch for bear flag.
With Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coach.
Kind of an odd start to the new year. But then again, Wednesday was fairly odd as well. Okay, let's zoom out. Let's do that. Let's zoom out. We're too focused on the what the markets are doing at the moment. Looking at the monthly time frame, we're at highs. Okay. Most indicators are at highs. Daily looked a lot better earlier, obviously. Weekly, we've been up for 2 weeks straight. We moved higher 2 weeks in a row. Still in this range, above 6,800, below 7,000. Looking for a bounce. The Qs, a bit weaker, the Qs. New York FANG. Why is this important? We're just trying to get a sense of what to anticipate for today. Anticipate more downside if this continues. If we produce a bullish engulfing candle by the end of the day, that would be a completely different story. If we had a bullish candle and we closed above Wednesday's high, that would be a higher low. For now, we got lower lows, lower highs, RSI below 50, MACD stochastics turning down. So we could see a test of that 50-day on the S&P. For now, we're starting to turn back up, so that's looking better. Hedge flows turning up after 10 o'clock. Okay, so I like to wait for after 10 o'clock to see what kind of direction hedge flows will take. This morning, it looked like we were just going to take off, and then we get this selling. Anybody catch the news on what that selling was about? I didn't see anything. We had a pop on the PMI numbers. That was positive to start. Let's see if there's anything here. Fear and greed index is in the fear zone. I don't see anything. We don't have anything on the tape today other than PMI. That was relatively positive, so we're looking for a bounce now. Excuse me.
To pick up right where they left off in 2025 and work higher. You know, it was something like 2 decades ago that Clive.
Okay, we're looking for hedge flows to turn up.
Mathematician proclaimed that data was going to be the new oil. Well, it's starting to really look as though that was very prescient in its prediction as names like these.
Okay, hedge flows starting to turn up. Looking more bullish now. Watch out for a bear flag. If we do get some traction here, most stocks should turn back up with, I would think. Not seeing that yet on the New York FANGs. Broadcom trying to do something, but Adobe dropping off below the 50-day moving average out of the blue to start the year.
Yeah, absolutely. SanDisk rallying 560% last year. I mean, on everything that you just sort of spelled out. I mean, people have
Okay, so this support zone right here, that purple right there, 68.50 appears to be supportive. Okay, so we're turning right at that zone. The next level below that, 68.20. Watch for bear flag. Hedge flows are turning again. Still early. Okay, so this is doing what we want to see. We want to see puts being sold, calls being bought. Let's see who is being bought today. UTHR, interesting. UTHR and IBM puts. UTHR. Huh. UTHR. United Therapeutics, UTHR. Big trade there. Got IBM puts being bought or sold. Let's see what direction IBM is choosing today. Okay, IBM below the 50-day. Looks like that could slide a bit. Okay, S&P still rising.
Something that we've seen following on from the US headlines around getting their manufacturing equipment back into China, also for some of their facilities. Coming up, we will take a closer look at the sectors on the move this morning and what's moving markets overseas, and we'll start to try to re-establish our connection with Dan Deming. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back after this. Morning movers.
Looking for a trend to develop. We did fill the gap. S&P. All right, starting to see some buyers here. Spinning top inside Wednesday's price action. Wednesday's price action was mostly attributed to the JP Morgan collar. Selling calls buying a put spread. 35,000 contracts. Pretty large for the last trading day of the year. Okay, let me do a few things here. SPMO. SPMO is trying to bounce. Let's see. JEPI. I want to do some adjustments in one of my IRAs. JEPI. JEPI. JEPQ. Looking better. JEPI. Okay.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most
That's funny.
here in the U.S. So this is going to be an interesting geopolitical question in addition to an investing question. But robo-taxis is going to scale this year, and you're going to see both Waymo scale to 1 million paid rides a week, I believe, and you'll see Tesla begin to catch up to Waymo
21 day.
and deploy thousands of cars. Let's remember, there's more than 8 million.
So what are we going to do today? We're spinning top, so we could go either direction, just keep chopping around like this.
Either directly as Tesla or convince owners to deploy them as robo-taxis at dollars.
I mean, it's exciting. I think it's exciting what you're talking about. But what you're getting at overall is just the adoption of AI by
bear flag.
which is one of the biggest questions, I think.
Volume picking up again.
And whether these high valuations and all the investment is going to ultimately be worth it. What do you see?
Micron at highs. Micron's fine. Looking to add to Micron in the coming months.
But I'm not sure how quickly there's been adoption.
Well, it's a great question. JP Morgan Healthcare Conference is coming up, Jan 12 to 15, coming up in the next 2 weeks. We'll have to see what announcements come there. But I think that in biotech and pharma, we're seeing a handful of companies like Lilly forge ahead with AI, and you can see the valuation of Lilly pulling apart, pulling ahead of its competitors. But you see a lot of other pharma taking its time with using AI for the real world. So I would distinguish, Sarah and David, AI for the digital world is large language models, and that's great. AI for the real world is actually
Futures, what are we going to do here? Showing a bear flag.
AI right now.
Are we going to bounce higher low? If we put in a higher low,
Things like that. The question for 26, 27 is, are we going to start see more companies like Lilly that are now using AI in a deeper, more fundamental way? And I think when you look at NVIDIA,
okay, looking at 0-day setup,
you're starting to see this.
we have, it's still 1-to-1 up volume for the most part. 1.6 on the Qs, 1.6 on the SPY, 2.8 on the NASDAQ composite. NASDAQ composite, 2,700 stocks, give or take a few. 1.5 on the NYSE, 1.5 on the diamonds, and 1.5 on the IWM. Okay, so no bear flag. We'll see. We dropped through this level this morning. Okay, that was the pivot low right there this morning. Moved back up to the highs. Thought we were going to get some follow through. Didn't happen. Dropped through this level. Not sure what happened here. I don't see any news that would have done that. But a lot of stocks recovering. Micron's recovering. Palantir's recovering off the low. Tesla, what's Tesla doing? Tesla coming off the low right now. NVIDIA recovering with a higher low. NVIDIA, so this is looking good. NVIDIA with a higher low. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA, for those of you who bought that dip, NVIDIA looks good. Okay, so we've been looking for NVIDIA to break out of this range. What range do you speak of, Vinny? This range here. So I've been talking to my son about this. Okay, we got this spike up above it, but for the most part, we just kind of been trading between 170 and 185. Now we're breaking through the 50-day. We held the 50-day. Volume starting to pick up. Maybe we'll get more intense volume, but NVIDIA looks good. Other stocks in the group, like Broadcom, bouncing today. Okay, Broadcom needs to get above the 50-day. Intraday, though, it looks pretty good there on the left. A little dip and bounce. Micron at the highs. Micron breaking out to new highs. That looks really good.
Specifically China-based state actors, David, to your point about China. And I think that every CEO listening to this broadcast today, the number one thing on their agenda is not only using AI, but protecting their companies in that use of AI, because that's a new vector of vulnerability and attack by hackers, including the state actors in China and other countries. So that's one thing I do want to note, that we had a little taste of that in November. We're going to see a lot more of that in 26.
What about Sandbox AQ? Speaking of raising money and staying private, what are your plans?
Well, thank God we did a great raise last year. We've had a lot of interest in our company, but we're really focused right now on the customers. It's been great to work with fantastic customers across major B2B sectors. We also announced on your show, Sarah, our deal with the Pentagon, protecting the Pentagon with an AI-driven cyber product. It's very important right now to look at not only industry, but also as defense meets tech. I think we're going to see a lot happening with Sandbox AQ, with Anduril, with Palantir, with a number of companies in 26. We're going to see a lot of activity as the Pentagon and the tech world start working together in an even more synergistic fashion. And I think also now that you see Europe, Sarah and David, upping their GDP percentage on defense, we're going to start seeing that happen in Europe, and I should mention in the Gulf states as well.
All right, well, a good place for you guys to be, working with the Defense Department. Jack, thank you very much. We'll hold you to your predictions, of course, as always.
We'll check in.
Okay, Jack Gittery,
Take care. Happy New Year.
Sandbox AQ. Happy New Year.
Okay, Micron looking good too. Micron, big breakout on Micron. Thank you very much. Okay, futures. It's going to be one of those slow days. Grind back up. We'll keep an eye on the hedge flows for a minute. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. We want to see this start trending. Okay, I want to see hedge flows trending. We want to see that both of these orange and blue lines moving higher. That's calls being bought, the orange. The blue is puts being sold. Both of those creating positive gamma underneath price action as we lift. We want to see that continue. This is real time, okay, these two. Trace, the chart and hedge flows are real time, but the data on the left is updated every 10 minutes. Imagine the option flow in real time where we just crash the system. It'd just be too much. So we're looking for follow through here. Looks good. RCAT, Red Cat Holdings, Red Cat Holdings. That one's pushing higher. Red Cat from Friday. RCAT from Wednesday, sorry. All right, Micron at the highs. Micron, beautiful. Micron looking good. Okay. Micron, let's see. Micron's up a good 24, 25 bucks from where we were looking for the re-entry. Some of you have been in this for a while. Congrats. Looking really good here. Micron.
Welcome back. A rare downgrade for Apple this morning. Raymond James resumes coverage of the name, and they have a different rating. Steve Kovacs here with some of the details. Steve.
Yeah, they're going from market outperform, David, to market perform. And this is really a lot of nuance in here to talk about this downgrade. They don't even have a new price target for this. But basically, the thesis laying out in this note from Raymond James, David, is saying that all the value is kind of packed in. Remember, Apple has had a really good back half of 2025 ever since they kind of came to a tariff standstill with the president, and then showed that they had some growth there in this iPhone 17 lineup of phones. And now, basically, Raymond James is saying it's getting too expensive. It's well over 34, trading at a 30 PE ratio. So that is getting really expensive. And a lot of it is kind of baked in. And this kind of goes to what I was talking to you guys about on Wednesday, just before the new year, and that the sales growth has to come from somewhere, and people are looking to artificial intelligence as one place, but you got to keep in mind it has to be.
Okay, what's happening here? S&P just gradually making higher highs and higher lows. Micron looking good at the high of the day. We had a good day on a good week, I should say, to start. Now we're following through to finish off the week. It is Friday. It feels like a Monday. Futures looking for a higher low here. Looking for a higher low. Big swing, a big swing in hedge flows. Hard to tell what's going to happen here from minute to minute. Okay, we want to see more calls being bought, the orange line rising. We want to see more puts being sold, that blue line rising as well. The white line is price action, of course. Let's look at a basket of S&P equities. This looks pretty good. Both doing what we'd like to see. SPY, of course, following the S&P. NASDAQ, a little bit confused here. Call buying, just kind of flattening out. People probably questioning what's going to happen today. You just saw that dive there. Let's see. Okay. NASDAQ, IWM, rising. Puts being sold, calls being bought. Looks good. Qs, tapering off a little bit. Okay, puts being bought again. Excuse me, puts being bought again. Puts being bought again. Let's see, what's Adobe doing? Adobe down 4.5%. Adobe. Okay, Adobe starting to see some buyers step up. Yeah, higher lows. Adobe. I don't know what happened to Adobe this morning. Was there news? Adobe. I don't see any news for today. Looks like maybe a hedge fund or someone took profits. Maybe going to put that money to work somewhere else. Adobe pulling back for not any reason that I can tell. Puts being bought. Puts are being bought right now. S&P turning over at the moment. S&P. Okay, hedge flows turning back down. Okay, we got a lot of positive gamma in this area. Let's see if we bounce now. Yep.
Welcome back. Silver enjoying a sterling start to the new year after, of course, surging to all-time highs in 2025 and outperformed gold and certainly the S&P 500. Our next guest says, though, there are signs of a potential bubble.
Hedge flows.
Our commodity strategist at Ned Davis Research.
What's silver doing? You guys are still in silver. I got puts and calls, so we'll see if this. Okay, it recovered again. So this is going to kind of kill everything. I got the 74 call and the 60 put just sitting here in the middle of price action. Futures just kind of dropped off like there's no one trading today.
I think looking at a chart, it's easy to see that it's probably oversold. So we started by trying to quantify that using some moving averages, simple moving averages, comparing the price as a ratio to the moving average on both absolute price relative to gold and relative to GSCI, the commodity index. What we found was it's overbought by those metrics at levels that have rarely been seen in history, very few instances. So we decided to apply a metric, not of our design. It was actually from a paper called.
Okay, what are we going to do here? We're going to bounce. What the hell's going on here? Hedge flows, trying to make a higher low. Hedge flows.
Sectors are exhibiting unusually large gains. We modified it, applied it to silver, and it met those criteria. Whether we're in a bubble or not, I think remains to be seen, but it shares the characteristics of previous significant price peaks.
Right. Now, I mean, you can stay in bubble conditions for quite a while, right? I think you even make reference back in the 1980s. I think that was when Bunker Hunt was trying to corner the silver market, but even from the highs when it sold off, it was still quite high, wasn't it?
What are we going to do here?
Correct.
S&P, what are we going to do? Here's Micron hanging out at the highs. Micron.
The bubble definition, it continued to meet it well into 1981.
Fair value gaps.
Was roughly 1,000%, I think.
We're below the vol trigger, so we're leaning bearish at the moment. unless we get back above 68.75 or so.
So we added another criteria to it where silver has to be at an all-time high, and obviously that can't be quantified in real time. That's really known only.
So look at the daily, pretty decent range already today. Almost all of Friday's it's about the same range, really. Just a little bit lower than the high and a little bit lower than the low. From Wednesday, sorry, Wednesday. Okay, we got a high tick alert. High tick alert, shorts will cover. High tick alert. High tick alert. Look for shorts to cover.
Maybe prices gotten ahead of fundamentals. There's still a good fundamental story. The fundamental story tends to be true up until the end of bubbles. But, you know, with a weaker U.S. dollar, strong gold.
All right, we tested the lows from Wednesday. We had a JP Morgan collar, what was it? 6,500 more or less. 6,500.
Don't you need it? Don't you need to use it? No, who needs their silverware, really? I mean, it's, by the way, that's
6,500. Okay, there's your JP Morgan collar strikes. 65.15. Let's just say 6,500, easy to remember. And 7,100, 7,150 on the upside, 7,155.
In the middle of this month. Additionally, we're starting to see increased frequency of margin requirement hikes from the exchanges. That's led to the end of bubbles, using a term loosely. In the past, we saw margin.
Can we get a grind up into year end? What's S&P doing here? S&P looks like another bear flag, maybe.
So those two contributing factors could create some weakness early on. I think the first 6 to 8 weeks will give us an indication. One thing to bear in mind is even with a significant 50% correction from here, we're still in rarefied air.
That 50-day just sitting there contemplating a move down to the 50-day. What that would look like. All right, so we're starting to test the low again. MACD's turning back down. I really don't like bearish trends. I mean, not the happiest camper when the markets are moving. What's the oh, I had the February 20 VIX calls. What's VIX doing? VIX, let's take a look at VIX. VIX is at 15, still pretty tame, all things considered. No spikes, no fear. The fear greed index, we're in the fear zone. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, we're making a new low here. Making a new low. Okay, VIX on a spike. S&P. Sorry, S&P. I don't know why it does this. S&P making a new low. Taking out some stops down here, perhaps. Let's see where we go with this. A daily over there on the right. Daily. A lot of chop. If you're having difficulties trading today, I would just like sit tight. Don't do anything. If you absolutely have to jump into this, I wouldn't buy puts at the low today. I'd be buying when it rolls over like it did just now at 0 gamma. Volume increasing on downside moves. So it looks like it's more than just stops being taken out. Break a structure here, so we'll get more sell order blocks overhead. I'm going to sell order block up there at 68.70. Still a potential that this is just stops that are taken out and reversing it. You're a real pain in the butt today, you know. Just have something to eat and leave me alone. She's really a pain today. All right, S&P on the move. Let's see, Micron, Adobe making higher lows. Oracle, okay, outside day for now. Bearish engulfing candle on the daily on Oracle. Not what I wanted to see for the start of the new year. Micron just off the highs, fading a bit. Adobe looking for higher highs, higher lows. It could be a bear flag on Adobe, so be careful NVIDIA, no follow through, back down to the morning low. Tesla taking out the morning lows. Palantir, ditto. All right, so most stocks are showing lower for now. The 1-day estimated move is in the window here now. You can see it. 1-day estimated move. Okay, this is we're going to go down and test the 50-day, I got to believe, right? What do you guys think? 50 days right there. They're showing the 50 days. Are the bears going to bite? Bears going to bite?
Start playing with real people. Play the official WSOP poker app. WSOP.
I don't know what is with people and the poker apps, these stupid games for your phone. It was interesting. I had a conversation with my son while we're waiting for the markets to continue lower, talking about this very thing, how he spends his free time reading chemistry books and advanced math. I'm like, dude, where are you coming from? Good to see that. Don't have to worry about those kind of things. He's not having to go to school to have homework. He's doing it himself. We were talking about business ventures and things to do to make money. Kid is really smart. I was like, at his age, I was like, I hate to use the word dumb, but I was pretty dumb. We had no internet, obviously, and we just played football and basketball. We spent our time outside until the street lights came on, and then we went home and had dinner, and we did it all over again. He's really surprising. As I was telling him, I don't have to be worried so much. All the things a father would worry about. Meanwhile, markets continue to move lower. As we continue to move lower, it looks like we're the 50 days. The 50 days potentially in play. Most stocks pulling back. Broadcom pulled back. Everything pulled. All the New York FANGs pulled back now. Trapping the bulls. Bulls had a good disposition to start the year. Everything was looking good. Oh, we're going to go fine. We're going to go higher. And all of a sudden, sell programs come in and stripping people's profits away. Palantir, I wouldn't do anything at the moment. Still waiting for a trend. We're probably going to test that 50-day first. Okay. Wow. Just knocked the stuffing out of the markets already this morning, right? We're going to form another bear flag. Can't help but think we're going to test the 50-day.
Top of the show, Tesla delivery numbers, that is breaking. Those numbers just crossing the wires. Tesla fourth quarter deliveries, 418,227. Estimate was 440,907. So those estimates, delivery numbers.
Okay, we're starting to turn back down. Turn up, brother. Where can we make it back to? 6860. Call side. Let me fill my active trader window with at least some calls, just in case we get some traction. Micron. Adobe looking for higher highs, higher lows. Very odd price action on Adobe. Since earnings, we haven't seen a big red candle like that. We've seen a big green candle of the same scope, basically. That was the day after earnings were reported. Big red candle on Adobe at the moment. Probably somebody getting out, hedge fund or portfolio manager. Odd that they would do it on a Monday, or rather on a first trading day of the year. Okay, we're going to continue lower. Well, where are we headed here, folks? Where are we headed? We're chopping through all this positive gamma. You would think we would stop here somewhere. Futures still pointing lower. 5, 15, 30, and 60 are on sell signals. Tick cumulative. Tick cumulative trying to turn up. We're trying to turn up. Still drifting lower.
Dan, good to see you here as well. What is the market driver? Is NVIDIA and CEO Jensen Huang, and we're about a couple days away from him speaking at CES, which I know you'll be there. It's a big speech.
Positive gamma right in this area. You would think we would bounce. Looking for a bounce.
High profile keynotes from some of the biggest chip companies in the world, but obviously Jensen Huang's keynote will be the largest of them all. Last year, they showed off some new gaming chips as well as a new smaller desktop size AI processing unit. They called that digits at that point. They since released it with various partners. You know, they discussed their push into physical AI, robotics.
Oh boy.
Self-driving cars, things along those lines. And so you can expect to hear more of that this year as well. We'll have to see exactly what they announce.
So we're going to turn. We got positive gamma in here. We should see a bounce, I would think. If you're thinking about calls after 11 o'clock, after 10 o'clock, we're waiting for a trend. The trend is down for now, obviously. I'm not telling you something you already know, but I am looking for a bounce. We're at the one-day estimated move based on VIX and implied volatility. And we're sitting on top of some positive gamma. Silver back down. SOPA looking for that to turn up. SOPA starting to turn up right now. That was active on Wednesday. Okay, note the one-day estimated move here. Okay. Note the one-day estimated move based on implied volatility. Okay, speaking of VIX, let's take a look at VIX. VIX. VIX headed back up. I have the February 20s in case this does spike up. This is really very inexpensive or very low for the VIX. You would think we'd get a spike up. You can see these previous spikes from 14 in a couple of days, gapping up to 19, 15 up to 22, 16 up to 28, 29. So there's a greater potential for this to rip back up in the opposite direction. So this morning we start off like we did on Wednesday. Wednesday, if you recall, we started off with a very bullish look. Bulls got very active, got very aggressive, and then the market sold off, then went sideways. But all of the New York FANG components were off the highs very quickly. that's what we're looking at right now. So let's go take another look at the New York Fangs. Why do we want to look at the New York Fangs? Because these tend to lead the markets in either direction. You can see what's happening here. Lower highs, lower lows. We did stop here in December and November. RSI's over, it's getting weaker. So the trend is definitely down for now on these components. Okay. So trend is down for now. Okay, stochastics will get resold, oversold. Okay, double dip, higher low. That's what George Lane, I guess his name, George Lane, who created stochastic, was a cotton futures trader. He looked for these periods where stochastics get oversold again, but produce a higher low. MACD, Gerald DePel, creator. Okay, speaking of that, let's go take a look at something real quick. Okay, I'm going to keep this, but I'm going to go to, let's see. No, I don't want to do that. Let's see. They changed everything up. Let's see. Chart style. Let's go to, I'm looking for the triple MACD. MACD. Gotta make these a little bit easier. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Apple Appel 3D, triple 3D. Okay, so all of these turn down: short term, intermediate term, and long term. Okay, so MACD 1939.12. This is telling you the trend is still quite bearish for now. Okay. No surprise, the New York Fangs are drifting lower at the moment. Palantir still, wow, Palantir having a bad day. Palantir having a bad day. At some point, the institutions will come in and start buying, I would imagine. Okay, so Palantir, we've got the high. Oops. Palantir. Basically got the highs and the lows, and we're right in the middle of the range. Okay, so I'll be looking for a bounce soon, I would imagine. RSI still moving lower, MACD still moving lower. We got a little bit of elevated volume, but not too bad. Not like over here or over here. Stochastics oversold. Stochastics oversold. So where does that leave us? Palantir, looking for a bounce. What's S&P trying to do here? S&P 6836. We're at the one-day estimate. You can see this liquidity grab right there. Get people to buy. They got stops down here most likely. Bears will also, some people will buy the low, buy puts at the low, reverse this back up. Institutional, looking for that institutional activity. Right now we're just stuck at the low, so I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to sit and wait for hedge flows to give us a better signal. Right now it's not giving us a good signal. We're just flat at the low, anticipating a bounce. On the first trading day of the new year. All right, what's Micron was leading there. Micron's up 7.25%. Micron having a good day. Wow. Micron up 7.25%. Trending 921.50 or up and to the right. So Vinny, I want to get into Micron. Okay. Sure. Don't chase it right here. Wait for a BNC pivot. Okay. Almost always get a BNC pivot. You're getting a little bit of weakness here. People take profits. People out on the West Coast will get up maybe 6 o'clock, trade the 6:30 open. It's the 9:30 open for us, 3-hour time difference. So they'll get up, they'll sell, they'll buy or they'll trade for the first hour or so. They'll close positions and the markets will kind of fade. After about a half an hour, 45 minutes, it'll fade. They get dressed, get ready, go to work. And then we look for some sort of follow through. Futures are starting to turn up right now. Okay, so we're always looking for this pattern. We're always looking for ABCD patterns. This pattern right here. Okay, so if you're going to get into Micron, wait for maybe right here would be a good place. Actually, you're starting to see shorts cover now. So I would be interested in buying some Micron here if I didn't have a position. We had a little dip. So let's say you want to get into the position, but keep in mind you need to scale in. So if you're going to buy 1,000 shares eventually over the next maybe month or so, maybe you buy 50 shares up here. You buy maybe 2 or 3 calls out in April, May, or June, something like that. Looks like Micron will keep going. Micron's showing a lot of relative strength, so that's got to be institutions. Institutions have to be buying, so that's one of my favorites for going forward. We had an iron condor. We had to take the call side off for a loss. I had to take the call side off for a loss. Okay, but we did buy calls because of the strength, so that's kind of cut this in half. Actually, it's more than half. It's about almost erasing this entire loss here, the calls that we bought. Be that as it may, I wanted to keep track of this and keep consistent. This was a call side that didn't work. Okay. Adobe, we're looking for a bounce, higher lows, higher highs on Adobe. We've got a couple of weeks to go on Adobe Iron Condor, $1,300 in profits on the table. S&P, okay, so another bounce, but not going very far. Okay. We're going to follow through. Let's see if we can follow through. Watch the hedge flows. We want to see puts being sold, calls being bought. Okay, so that's what we're seeing right now for the most part. That blue line's been rising since 10:30. The blue line has been rising. It's flat for the most part now for the last 10, 15 minutes, but we're looking for this to turn back up. That blue line, we're looking for that to turn up along with the orange line. See if they can come in here and buy. Hedge flows turning back up. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Here on Schwab Network.
First up, Tesla, the company's morning fourth quarter deliveries. Those coming in at just above 418,000. Tesla got ahead of the bid to the surprise a little earlier this week. The maker laid out expectations based on what analysts were looking for, and that number was lower than Wall Street consensus. The company affected by the end of the EV tax credit, which happened right before the start of the fourth quarter. The full year of 2025, Tesla delivered roughly 1.25 million vehicles. Next volume shares of the Chinese internet company are soaring ahead of the opening bell as it looks to capitalize on the AI chip boom. The company has a chip division and just filed for an IPO in Hong Kong. There weren't details about the size of the offering, but Jefferies estimates the company's valuation between $16 billion and $23 billion. Finally, furniture stocks, namely Wayfair and RH, those stocks didn't boost after getting a reprieve from President Trump's tariffs. Trump announcing late Wednesday he will delay the tariff increase on furniture and kitchen cabinets for a year. They were supposed to go into effect on January 1st. The existing 25% tariff on those products remains in place. It's the administration's latest delay in the roller coaster of tariff policies. On many occasions, a levy would be unexpectedly announced, only to be rolled back, and it comes as the administration faces growing voter concerns over prices and affordability. Retail investors today aren't the same ones day trading their pajamas in a family member's basement using a dial-up internet connection. They have growing influence and are armed with more research and insight than ever before. Consider this, retail ETF inflows last year surpassed the combined total of the previous 5 years. All that said, based on my chats with retail investors, one thing remains very clear. This group still retail needs help finding fresh ideas. A lot continue to stick to tried and true stocks such as now, and that is totally okay. But finding new names to invest in is very much Roundhill Investments Chief Executive Officer Dave.
Okay, just watching this. Let's see if they're going to follow through, or we're going to. I'm looking for a bounce off of this level.
In some cases, they like those stocks below $100.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. So retail investors actually were the largest source of demand for U.S. equities last year. They're actually forecasted to be the largest source of demand again in 2026, according to JP Morgan analysis. And to your point, if we actually take a step back and say, well, what was retail buying? Of course, they were buying broad-based ETFs, the record numbers that you mentioned a moment ago. But we're actually seeing the retail investor expand from the stocks, NVIDIA's, Tesla's, that, but now into other areas, right? So there are some kind of what I'll call frontier themes that were huge interest for retail investors last year. Things like memory, they were early on a company like SanDisk, also quantum computing, nuclear. So I think retail investors are looking for two things. One, sort of the safety or potential safety that companies with huge moats can continue to grow and grow their revenue and earnings consistently with high margins, but also for new ideas that have the potential for outside performance, which is one of the reasons why I think the retail investor base can no longer be thought of as just someone who's going to be pushing around stock like GME or AMC, or just kind of plowing into broad-based indices. They actually have sort of influence across a diverse range of names and sectors.
Dan, I'm glad you brought up influence, because I agree with you. 5 a.m. this morning, I put a very long post on my LinkedIn account shouting out retail investors. And when I talk to CFOs, head of investor relations, comms pros, all that group, they continue to really discount the influence of retail investors. At what point do these folks at public companies wake up?
Yeah, I think it's silly to sort of discount the influence of retail investors. We know historically, right? There was a book written about it, a movie called Dumb Money, because for years everyone said retail was dumb money. Guess what? In 2025, they proved that really wrong. They were some of the first to buy a dip in the March-April period. That really helped. Where institutions got significantly scared, pulled back from stocks. Retail stepped in to buy, leading to sort of outside performance in 2025. And I think some companies are now sort of waking up to the company that they should care about their retail shareholder base. A company, of course, like Robinhood is at the forefront of that, almost kind of shifting things around to be retail first. That's going to continue to take some time, though, because the entire industry, investor relations departments, to your point, we're really set up for traditional, actively managed mutual fund managers. So professional investors, not the retail investor, but we know that the retail investor is continuing to put money in stocks. They're probably going to end up, if they have a choice, choosing a company not just that they know and believe in from sort of a valuation or earnings growth standpoint, but a company that kind of stands with them and is positioned for how they think about doing business.
That's a good point, Dave. How should one, somewhat early in their investing journey, how should one begin the process of finding 5 amazing ideas to invest in?
Yeah, well, I think many people say it well, right? Whether it's Buffett or others, kind of say the best thing to do, of course, is take your initial investment, put it into sort of a private index, and that makes a ton of sense because if you're looking for sort of retirement money or things of that nature, you may not have the aptitude or interest to be able to invest in stocks, but at the same time, we know that there are retail investors are insured, and people actually want to get securities that they believe in and actually believe that they have potential for outperformance. So I think retail investors, like anyone, needs to do their homework, understand what it is and how we invest in this amount of people that have the potential for those outside performance over a long time period, or you're going to be more tactical. And to me, it really comes down to what kind of not just interest you have in the market. If someone does, because of it,
Futures trying to get a bounce out of this, looking for a follow through. Calls are bid. Okay, Micron looking really good though. Micron having a good day. Having a good day, Micron. It's really nice out. Very nice day out.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So we relaunched actually the Roundhill stock ETF, ticker E, interesting is ticker OZEM. OZEM. So this is a company, this is an ETF from Roundhill that actually offers exposure to weight loss stocks and GLP-1 stocks in particular, and sort of the adjacent names there. That's actually quiet significant outperformance in the last year, not just in the AI trade. So I think it's interesting. Retail actually now
Futures not moving much. S&P trying to grind higher. We hit the one-day estimated move, moving back up. Didn't anticipate that this was going to happen today. Spinning top.
One of my mentors, Dave, shoots stock signals. I don't, so I like OZEM. All right, I'm not in that camp. I think that's pretty cool. Good to see you. We'll talk to you soon. All right, that's it for Morning Brief. I'll be right back on Open Day for 2026 Tech Investing Guide. You're welcome in advance.
Wallet or prize between the seats, you already know why I use the console. It's a flexible insert that stops everything from falling into that annoying seat gap. Scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the seat gap monster.
You could have a channel between the two white dash lines.
Looking for a higher high, trying to get back towards VWAP. Zero gammas just overhead. We're looking for a follow through 68.55, 68.56, trying to get above that level. And then maybe we have a shot at 68.66, 68.70. Back through VWAP. Very odd price action today to start the trading year. So as the saying goes, if there's no Santa Claus rally, okay, the day after Christmas into the first 2 trading days of the new year, if there's no Santa Claus rally, that means that there's an underlying issue. We have to pinpoint what that issue is, unless we see a sharp rally today and Monday. So what that's telling me is to keep an eye on all of our indicators to see what sort of leaning we should take. Junk bonds are still neutral. People are still on vacation. My kids are going skiing with the wife. North Carolina, I guess. MACD, volume. Okay, so, volume has tapered off quite a bit. So you can clearly see that no one is trading, or very few have traded junk bonds. We're making higher lows. Okay, RSI is okay. RSI is making higher lows. Price action just kind of moving sideways right now. Tight Bollinger Bands, lower volume. So what that tells me is there's very little activity here, as you would anticipate. During the holidays, people are on vacation with families. All right, so pretty much what we were seeing on Wednesday, sideways price action. So there's nothing to see here, basically. It's neutral. Let's look at advanced decline percent. Pulling back is okay. Pulling back is okay. We did that last week. We've got a bounce now, so maybe they're buying the dips. They're buying the dips. We should see it on the S&P number of stocks above the 20-day. We should see a turn higher, so let's go check that out. We want to see this money flow supportive of a bounce. You can see the S&P equal weight index, regardless of how bad the New York FANGs look at the moment, and they don't look that great, to be quite honest. We got a nice bounce here. So we removed the weight of those top 10 stocks, right? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, etc., NVIDIA. What is the number of stocks above the 20-day? This is what we look for. We look for a pivot to the upside. So why do I like to do this? Well, number one, it helps to give me a sense of, all right, so it looks kind of not so good right now, but is it going to turn into more than that? Are we going to go down and test the 50-day? Doesn't look like it. Just buying, looking at junk bonds, looking at advanced decline percent, looking at the number of stocks above the 20-day. It looks like institutions are buying a little bit. It's the first trading day of the new year. So bottom line, if you are nervous that the markets are going to roll over because everybody's been talking so negative, I would suggest that maybe paying attention to these indicators are going to be helpful in your disposition, okay? Keep you from being too negative. All right, so you got this pivot, you got this pivot. Okay, each of these pivots, what happened to price action? It rose. We rose. So we want to get this above here. Okay, so we got a little bit of a descending channel up here. Okay, 50 days up and to the right, 921 day up and to the right. Okay, but more importantly, this pivot right here is what I always want to see, okay? We've got Micron, relative strength with Micron. Okay, number of stocks above the 50-day, also making a pivot to the upside. Probably don't need all of these. Just get these here, that's fine.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning.
SOPA, that one was active last week. SOPA, what do they do anyway? SOPA, Society Pass Incorporated. What do they do? SOPA, I don't even think they show up on. No, they do. Okay, Society Pass. Not sure what they do. Let's see. Society Pass Incorporated provides customer loyalty and analytics platform, merchants, online. Oh, that's Asia. It's Asia. In Asia, is it a Chinese stock?
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Welcome back to Trade 360. I'm Alex Coffin in for Marley Caden. It's now time for our 360 Spotlight. For that, we welcome in our next guest. That is Najam Kidway, the CEO of C1 Fund, to discuss the landscape and outlook for digital assets into 2026. But Naj, before we get to 2026 and beyond, you want to do an exercise with me? Let's look back to 2025.
Micron holding near the highs of the session like it did last few trading days. That looks good.
But maybe a step backward in terms of price and performance. What did you make of 2025?
Hey, Alex, thanks for being on the show and Happy New Year. And I think 25 was a great year, right? We had a lot of regulatory.
There goes Bitcoin's on the move. Watching Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Several IPOs actually happened in 2025, including Circle, Bullish, Bigger,
Bitcoin.
Toro 21. So it was a year where you had quite a few.
Bitcoin's popping if you're not paying attention.
I think they were relatively well received by the market overall. And I think that bodes well for 2026, and particularly with the sort of regulatory framework now being.
Whoa. Look at Bitcoin go. Check out Bitcoin. That's a risk-on asset, so that's good to see. Maybe we'll get some follow-through in Bitcoin, BTC, USD. All right, big move here on Bitcoin. People aren't paying attention. Wow, look at that.
that is going to continue, right? The demand for energy, the demand for data centers, the demand for
Yeah,
AI,
I noticed that too, Mondo. My son and I went to Kava, $40 for a little Kava, $40.
we see that the spot Bitcoin ETFs and all of the products where you can get exposure to Bitcoin are going to increase, mining requirements for crypto.
To whatever they call them, to chicken.
and other processes to increase funding and increase access for investors. What are the kind of firms are we looking at in this space? Are we at a point now where the amount of projects or the amount of different firms fulfilling different things within this space is going to consolidate, or are we still in a rapid expansion phase?
It's a great question, right?
Okay, let's see. Can we get some more follow through?
Consensus, Bitco, Animal Brand, Securitize, Ledger, and a bunch of other companies that have sort of given indicative and filed respective paperwork to go public this year. And I think for investors, things like exchanges and trading platforms, right, are going to definitely see exposure in the public markets. You're going to see stuff like financial infrastructure and custody, right, that provides settlement and institutional infrastructure like Bitco. They're also emerging as public candidates, right, giving predictable service revenue and integration with institutional
Bitcoin, let's see. What do I have Bitcoin-wise? Positions. This is looking pretty bullish. Bitcoin, what do I have? Bitcoin.
And then you've got, digital asset managers like Grayscale and public entities focusing on digital asset companies. And obviously the company I run, which is the Seed1 Fund, which gives investors exposure to companies like Kraken and Ripple and Alchemy and others, where investors can get exposure to those companies and while they're still privately held.
Naj, as someone who spends a lot of time, I'm sure, thinking about what the future might look like in this space, a year from now, let's say we were having this conversation, what do you think we're talking about?
I think we're talking about hopefully a stellar year in 2026, right? So a bunch of those companies that I talked about will have gone public. You're starting to see institutions continue to increase allocations to this space. Around infrastructure, there's going to be compliance-centric offerings, and companies that are building real infrastructure like custody, wallets, developer tools, exchanges,
Bitcoin.
Real businesses with real revenue.
All right, let's look at Coinbase. Riot, RIOT. Riot. That's a possible trade there. Riot. Big move for Riot. Okay, coming off the 50-day, Riot. Already up big on the day, Riot.
A lot of companies actually have, predictable revenue streams, right? Not just sort of short-term price action. So in a year's time, you're going to see institutions really get into this space. I think, for the last year or so, banks were still in the periphery of.
Okay, Riot's kind of hanging out at the high of the day. Okay, pulling back a little bit right now. Don't want to chase it up here. Look for a BNC pivot. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute.
And I think banks and institutions that are not now in the digital asset space are going to get left behind.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like there was some sort of a tipping point that was reached, and we're on the other side of that now. But Najam, we got to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time, and Happy New Year to you as well. That was Najam Kidway, the CEO of C1 Fund. We're going to take a short break. We get back. It is time for our disruptor. And today, we're going to look at Apple as Apple continues to make news headlines and disrupt the world of tech. We'll be joined by George Tillis as he'll go through some of the news and look at an example trade right after this.
Riot looking like it's going to go. Wow. The Bitcoin is just booking here. What the hell is going on with Bitcoin? What is going on here? What's the news? Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Let's see. Bitcoin. 20 minutes ago, Shiba burn rate explodes 10,728%. Ripple unlocks 1 billion XRP Bitcoin. Price breaks 4-year market cycle. Ripple. Ripple, the San Francisco headquartered enterprise blockchain company associated with the XRP token, has executed its scheduled monthly release for the start of the new year. A total of 1 billion tokens have been released in 3 separate tranches. Why it matters: Ripple used to hold roughly 60% of the total XRP supply in its own wallets. Since there were no rules, no one knew how many tokens a San Francisco-based company would sell in a given month. Then the company voluntarily locked 55 billion, blah, blah, blah. This is all Greek to me. I don't really trade Bitcoin. Or I should say, I don't trade Bitcoin. I don't know much about it. Haven't really had any interest. But Bitcoin's definitely on the move. So what's up? A bullish bounce on the daily. MACD is clearly turning. The top of the range is around 94,000. So Bitcoin is headed towards the top of that range. Maybe putting a little bit of exposure in Riot or Coinbase or IBIT, BTIX or whatever. Palantir, no follow through. Micron still hanging out at the highs.
Well, I mean, there's questions about virtual reality, these headsets, and we know that Facebook or Meta Platforms has launched their Oculus platform, and they've had some mixed success, but nonetheless, Apple did launch it. They actually had quite a large unit sell base in 2024, around 390,000 units, but if you look at some of the numbers for Q4 of last year, which just came out, they're running at around 45,000 for the quarter, which places the annual run rate down of about 180,000 for 2025 versus 2024.
Apple, all of the stocks that looked like they were going to follow through this morning, kind of a disappointment, just like it was on Wednesday when we had that pop higher. Looked like all the New York FANGs were going to go. Instead, we're down at the lows of the morning. Looking for shorts to cover, hopefully. Fingers crossed. AMD. Looked really promising for the chips this morning. AMD popped up, hit the 50-day top Bollinger Band. Apple looked really promising. Apple got a lot of people to chase this. What a change in direction. This was a big bullish candle above the 50-day. Now we're below with a shooting star. That's kind of bizarre. Interesting. Let's look at Apple and see if there's any news on Apple. Apple. 2 hours ago, Apple cuts Vision Pro output.
They didn't actually assign a price target on the name, which is quite unique. But nonetheless, they actually see the stock
Right around that time is when when Apple rolled over.
So they're not saying it's a sell, they're not saying it's a buy. They're basically looking for essentially a situation where the upside is limited for Apple.
Okay.
The unit growth they're estimated.
Okay, so that's what they're talking about right now. Okay.
Their sales growth estimates are 8%. Gives you an idea that they're generating more scale on the unit devices, but also on the periphery areas, which have been growing quite well and nicely for Apple, including services and, of course, their entire ecosystem.
That was Melissa Fairbanks over at Raymond James. And, I respect the work that all these analysts do. It's a tough job trying to predict the future, but you can't be wrong if you just say it's going to basically do what the market does. And I have no price target. So perhaps indication of sort of the uncertainty as we turn the year. But you got a chart you wanted to look at, George, and you got an example trade. You want to walk us through
Apple sitting here at the low. Micron.
Sure. So, I mean, look at how the
Turning back up towards the highs. Big bullish day on Micron. Relative strength. Important to note. Relative strength, I might add to this one actually. Let's see, Micron, what do I have here? Got 10 calls at the 310 strike. Okay, so we're just out of the money. Probably should add to this one. Micron looking very strong. I have March 310 calls. Let's see, Micron 310 calls. March. I'm probably going to add to this as we start to move higher. I'll put in a bid if it pulls back. Let's see, Micron. Those are going for $37, $3,700 per contract. I got 10 of those.
Stock trades above the 260 level by the third week of February. And again, that corresponding.
Okay, I added to my Micron 310s. Micron.
Structuring it this way, but also that 260 put yields essentially about that $5 premium. And the statistics around it, around 30 delta sold, implies about a 70% probability of profits by expiration. So doesn't mean it's actually going to trade above it the entire time by 70%, because you can certainly see that drift lower, but nonetheless, there's about a 70% probability of expiration out of the money, and that's what you want to see in this trade.
You know what's amazing, George? I was just looking. We've had about $7-8 turnaround intraday in Apple, and kind of this ho-hum quiet holiday trade. You do the math.
Yeah, strategy.
Over $100 billion in market cap. So $100 billion just isn't.
Bitcoin, all right, it's pulling back a little bit right now. Maybe a better entry on some of these positions. Micron.
We get back, it's time for our 360 round as we'll preview 2026 outlook for the Federal Reserve, changes in leadership, monetary policy, path to war. We'll be right back.
Micron.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network. Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Curious about how companies are performing heading into quarterly earnings, or how the macro environment is influencing the markets, or even specific sector performance and how they're faring? Connect with me on social at Marley Hayden.
Welcome back. Time for our 360 round. For that, we welcome in Jeanette Garrity, Chief Economist and Managing Director for Robertson Stevens, as well as Chuck Lieberman, the co-founder and Chief Investment Officer for Advisors Capital Management. Chuck, I'll begin with you as we start to look ahead to the path of the FOMC for monetary policy in 2026. Probably important to look at where we left it in 2025. What did you make from the latest FOMC meeting, and then, of course, the subsequent minutes that were released just last week?
Yeah, it's clear they're very divided. They're trying to figure out how to proceed. Some of them would like to lower interest rates some more, and others are looking at the data and they see the economy doing pretty well. Inflation is not anywhere near their target of 2%, but the first group is, I think, engaging in some wishing and hoping that it's going to move closer to 2%. And
the future's dropping off a bit more.
Rate cuts, but that may not happen, and the others want to see the data first.
Jeanette, as Chuck mentions, data and the trajectory of the economic performance of the U.S. is going to be the big question mark that probably
hedge flows turning back down.
How do you assess that going into 2026 in terms of all the different factors from GDP to inflation, and then all these tax implications as well at the turn of the year?
Hedge flows turning over.
Alex, and I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to a year in which we can put behind us all this delayed and questionable data that we had to deal with at the end of the year, which is what the Fed is dealing with. Data provides some answers, but for this Fed, the Fed has set itself up as being data-driven for a long time. So yeah, it kicks us back to that, and the question I have is what data they're going to have by the next meeting that is going to really minimize the descent or bring the FOMC to...
Okay, we're back down to the low of the day.
What to do about interest rates.
Back down to the low. We're just at a new low now. New low of the day. It's a hell of a way to start off the new year. Looks like we're headed to the 50-day. Looks like they're heading to the 50-day. Intel, I'd like to add to some Intel too. I got the June 40 calls on June. For Intel, I got 10 calls. June 40s. I sold some 50s to make it cheaper as a spread. Intel. Starting off the year, not doing a whole lot.
Jeanette, how important is the next Fed chair and who that is in terms of determining this path?
You could have given that to somebody else other than me, but okay.
They're starting to bounce right now.
It's important. The Fed chair is always important. I do think it's very interesting that some of the candidates
Shorts covering.
who have been vocal about this have now started to say, well, look at, we understand.
Hedge flows turning pretty decisively lower. Hedge flows. Okay, so puts leveling off. They sold puts all morning. Calls are being sold, so that's creating some negative gamma. Looks like another bear flag at the low of the day.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Chuck, as we think ahead and we think of what Jerome Powell's last...
So we're leaning more bearish below 6850, 6800. Next level of support, more or less.
Situation, as you clearly recognize. In terms of AI, there's no doubt that AI is going to help in terms of productivity gains, softening inflation, all of that kind of good stuff. And it reminds me of a period back in the 1990s when Greenspan decided not to hike interest rates because he saw large productivity gains offsetting larger wage increases. And he turned out to be right, which is exactly why he picked up the nickname the Maestro. This is a period like that. But at the same time, we also see very slow growth in labor supply. Immigration has declined, has collapsed. Few people come across the border now, so we're basically dependent on growth of the domestically grown labor supply, and that's a small number. So it doesn't take very much growth in jobs overall to soak up all of that incoming labor. And if the economy does well,
Micron's still holding the highs.
Then that's also going to increase some demand for labor. So I don't see the labor market getting all that slack or seeing a rise in the unemployment rate. And therefore, I see the Fed hard.
All the New York FANGs lower to start the year.
Multiple rate cuts. Jeanette, do you see any world in 2026 where the action would be tightening in some ways from the FOMC?
No, I don't. I really don't. I don't think the inflation numbers justify that. I don't think that any issues on the employment side, such a tight labor market, that we would see significant wage generated inflation, that's not in the cards right now either. So I can't see that happening. You know, and I couldn't agree more. This issue of employment, this is the one thing that's really going to be the theme, I think, of 2026, as if it hasn't been already in 2025. There's a mantra that says if the economy is growing at 2.5%, which is, I think, at least what we've got going into 2026, that the U.S. economy generates 250,000 or thereabouts net new jobs per month. That mantra may be something that we have to change, because I just don't think
Hedge flow still pointing lower with a little bounce now.
to support that. So we're going to have to see, and productivity is going to be the key, whether we can continue to grow 2.5, 2 3/4, a little bit more maybe than that, with a relatively flat but not deteriorating labor market.
Jeanette, Chuck, I appreciate both of you so much for taking the time. Happy New Year to both of you. And
We're sitting on top of support. You would think that we would get a bounce out of this. The weakness persists.
Thanks as always for tuning in. Coming up next is Fast Market.
Persistent weakness. 50 days right there. Why don't they just go ahead and tag the 50-day? We thought we might bounce at the 21-day, the green line.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location.
Micron. Okay, that looks okay. Palantir, still no bid on Micron. Palantir. New York FANGs are all lower.
Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Need these New York FANGs to at least get a little bit of a bid, short covering for the S&P to recover.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk
well-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free.
Okay.
SchwabNetwork.com.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock.
So this is just lower highs and lower lows for now.
Stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
MACD turned back up. Volume's picking up. Looks like we might get a little sustained bounce here.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. It is noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange, and after starting the new year with gains, investors are curbing their enthusiasm as we hit the lunch hour. Let me get into it right away with a check of your scorecard. The S&P 500 fading some after a strong start to the session, off by a little bit more than 0.1%. Weakening. You've got weakness in consumer discretionary communication services, which is weighing on the benchmark. Keep in mind, we're coming off of 3 years of double-digit gains for the S&P 500. The Dow right now has a gain of a little bit more than 0.1%, so we are flip-flopping here. NASDAQ 100 a little bit lower. It had started out at the top of the leaderboard today, was the star of the show. Now that start fading a little bit. The NASDAQ 100.
Riot pushing a bit higher. All right, we got a bounce in Bitcoin. Higher low.
Right now, the bell of the ball, better by about 0.5%. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for Amazon, the weakest of the Mag 7 Plus. The team from Blackfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Tesla, which just released its sales numbers today. And Alphabet Google, the best performer of the Mag 7 last year, is also on our radar as we kick off a new year. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-hosts. And to ring in the new year, you've got Kevin Hinks and Joe Mazzola, head trading and derivative strategist Charles Schwab. All right, guys, so we're coming off of 3 years of back-to-back double-digit gains for the S&P 500. Wall Street started with optimism today. There's some bumpiness here as we hit the lunch hour. Maybe this is a little bit of a lunchtime fade. Kevin, what's your take?
Good morning, Diane. Good morning, Joe. You know, I unfortunately, here's what I'm going to say. I think today, Friday, is an extension of the holiday trading week that we've already had. I think from someone who's done this for a little while, the first real day of trading comes Monday the 5th. And I think that's when we'll start to get, next week we'll start hopefully getting some labor market data that will be accurate and timely, leading up to some non-farm payrolls at the end of next week. But I see today as still the drift from last week. We like to open higher. Tesla came out with some news. We're going to talk about that in one of the next segments. But all things considered, I think this still feels like a holiday market until we get back on Monday, where all the eyeballs will officially be back, guys.
I think you make a good point, because even on my way in today on the train, it was so light. It feels like holiday season. People are like, why bother coming back on a Friday? I asked myself the same question this morning, although I was like, listen, we're light on our bench. We need all hands on deck. But Joe, when you think about the market action, now to be fair, even though we started higher and we've had strong gains for the S&P 500 for 3 years now in terms of double-digit gains, But at the same time, at least the past couple years, even though we had strong gains for the year, the first trading day of the year actually was weaker. What's your take?
Well, my first take is yes, you are light on the bench. That's why you had to bring in the reliever from Westlake here to come pitch in for Whitey. But you know, it is interesting. I think you both make good points. There's volume is light today. There's not a lot going on. You mentioned the train. I'll tell you, the office right now looks pretty sparse. It's a Friday. It's a holiday week. And
all right, S&P trying to reverse here, sucking in a lot of bears at this low. Okay, so we had a previous low. We note MACD is turned up. Volume looks okay for now. So we might get a sustained move at this point. Bitcoin turned back up.
Okay, let's talk where we're not seeing weakness. Memory stocks, they continue to charge higher today. We're turning the calendar from one trading year to the next. So 2025, these were the winners. Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital. You know, you've got for last year 500% gains, 200% gains, nothing to sneeze at here. Continuing to gain.
Futures trying to push a bit higher. Coming off the lows, 5, 15, 30, and 60 are still on sell signals. So we got shorts covering. That's all it looks like at the moment.
Yeah, those are the three stocks that I picked out watching memory. And you know what this is, Diane and Joe? This is an extension of last year. There's still positive sentiment going around these companies. Remember, I think one of the things that I've stated for 2026 is that we're going to see winners and losers in this whole AI movement. People are going to start falling off, and the winners are going to start showing up. I think memory, at least right now, is proving that they're one of the winners. And these stocks, I've got Micron up 8%, SanDisk up 12%, Western Dig up 7%. These are big moves to start the year. Now, some of that might be holiday, thinner markets moving, but I still think the start of the year, that's a really good start to the year for some of these memory chips.
Absolutely. Strong start to the year, especially considering the moves that they had last year. We just had a chart with those, not year-to-date, year-over-year moves on all of those. SanDisk up more than 500% last year. I mean, when you think about the year, who knew?
S&P on the move.
But when I talk to different analysts, they say you have to be nimble around these names. And I also wonder if there is also some FOMO at play. Joe, what's your thought when you look across the memory stuff?
What's the chance of calls working here? SPX.
Stocks, but even some of the commodities, the metals, the material stocks, those are all up today. So it's not like the entire market is getting bruised today. I just think that people are looking to see what did well at the end of the year. They want to carry that forward.
What are those? What are the call flies going for right now? Let's see if we might add to that. Call flies. Let's see, S&P. We've got a hedge with the VIX 20 call for February. So we already have a hedge. Let's see, call side. What do they go for? What are they going for? They are going for $1.25. So $125 for, let's see, 69.50, 75, 7,000. Provided we get a bounce. Let's see. That's for January 28th. Might add a few of these. Not doing a whole lot today. Buy a butterfly. I have 7. I want to add 69.50. 75, 7,000. All right, they're asking $1.50 now.
Looking in the furniture maker space, so you got shares of RH rallying more than 8%. Wayfair, Williams Sonoma, those also rallying after the
I'll leave it alone for now. I'll leave it alone for now. I was going to buy some more call flies, but I'll leave it alone. We could test the 50-day first, so I'll watch that. It is Friday, January 2nd, first trading day of the new year.
Within that sector, even though there is a tariff effect there, but it looks like that chilling effect is pulled back today.
Looking for calls, looking for this S&P. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? S&P 0-day. Let's take a look at 0-day. See if we get a nice sustained bounce here. Can we get back to this 68.50? What are those going for? 68.50s. 68.50s. 68.50. What do they bid for? Those are $4. 68.50. I think we can get there.
They still had 25% tariffs on both these, but the one was going to go to 30%, the other one was going to go to 50%, and they left it. They did not increase the tariffs, is what they did. So it sounds like they're negotiating along the way. It sounds like the Trump administration offering a little olive branch here, not raising those here at the last minute. He did it on New Year's Eve. So it looks like this is part of the negotiation going on here. So it's relatively good news for all those. But like I said, I think the discount versus full price retail, that's got many different chapters and themes.
That's a great point.
All right, I bought some 68.50s. Bought some 68.50s for $4.80 filled.
Take a look at the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers over the last couple of weeks. They're about the lowest that we've seen in multiple years. Consumer sentiment is down. I think the Trump administration recognized that, and they said, here's a way for us to maybe pick up some of that sentiment. Let's lower the prices on some of the things that we can affect right now. Because, I mean, ultimately, gas prices are lower, or at least at the pump, but natural gas prices are much higher.
Okay, bought a couple more there. All right, 50.
Earlier about kind of how the data centers have led to those cost rises, but there are some different spigots that can be turned right now. And on the furniture side, outside of Mrs. Mazzola.
All right, bought some 68.50s. Looking forward to get back up to that resistance level.
You did see, like Kevin said, a lot of the discount retailers have outperformed. It's the same story that you see in Walmart. Plus 800. Some of the other names in that space. Same story that you saw with Costco until it got to like a 50 PE.
Okay, here we go, S&P. Ripping higher. That was a quick little entry there. Okay, so shorts covering, Bigley. Wow, that was fast. That's a fast move.
Tariffs first hit, literally while he let out an expletive during that earnings call. You guys remember that. And today at least they're on the road to recovery. We'll see what the year brings when it comes to RH. I mean, there's pricey furniture there. I prefer to go to Facebook Marketplace to find my RH items. But it's nice to get it straight up from the store.
I bought the 68.55 by accident. I thought I had the 68.50s. I had to double check the price there. Okay, so those are ripping higher. Wow, look at this move. Futures are ripping here. 5:15, 5 minute is on a buy signal.
The event of Warren Buffett stepping down and Greg Abel taking over, that's a designed event that was going to happen. Everyone knew that was going to happen. Matter of fact, Charlie Munger, let it slip a long time ago that Greg Abel was going to be the next CEO. The real question for Berkshire Hathaway going forward, because remember, they're only up 11% versus 17% for the S&P.
Extreme high tech. I don't know what's going on here, but this is some whippy price action.
$85 billion in cash. What is he going to do with that? That's what everyone wants to know. Does he have a different vision for this company than Warren Buffett? Similar, but different. Does he see something out there that Warren Buffett
Shorts are falling all over themselves, exiting positions here.
What are you thinking about
Let's see if they follow through.
55 to 385, something around 350 plus billion in cash. What are they going to do with that? That's my question.
Okay, good question, Joe. What's
We're going to follow through. If we break through this level, the next level would be VWAP. Nice volume. Nice volume. MACD turned up.
Everybody wants to know what they're going to do with that cash. Now, the story for 2025 was, well, are they sitting on that cash because they don't see opportunities? Well, there were opportunities out there. Maybe it doesn't.
Futures are through the 105, looking for a follow through. We got extreme high tick. Market's very jumpy.
Mr. Buffett and the people at Berkshire are asking right now is can we find opportunities for growth maybe outside some of those IT names and move into the sectors where they've done very well over the years. Whether you talk about furniture today, I mean Mohawk has been a big part of the Buffett portfolio for many years. Are there going to be opportunities for the growth in those pockets of the economy to kind of sustain and get them back up to those multiples that, or at least those returns?
Bitcoin's still going here. Bitcoin. All right, high tick alert. Looking for a follow through here.
I know it's usually higher for this time of year because of Christmas lights, but I didn't even put up as many lights this year. So that's a great point. I just want to, give you a nod for extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick. All right, that's a flip back in the other direction. Extreme high tick. Okay, yep. Looking very strong. Looks like we might follow through. Looks like we might follow through here. Looks like institutions coming in and buying. Oh, it's 12:17 already. Wow. Wow. Oklo finally getting the bid. Oklo.
Extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick. All right, looks like institutions are coming in and buying on a dip for now. That'd be welcome. Palantir, I'd like to see that bounce a little bit better.
Like, well, it's three quarters of decreasing earnings growth. I'm like, that's because the new CEO came in, got realistic, kitchen sinked it, said, hey, we have these problems from Argentina. Let's be very realistic now. But he's a very talented person, and you need to give him the benefit of the doubt that he says, I've got a great business here with great natural resources within the business in terms of what the business already is, and we can make this work going forward. So I think you look at it from a new year, a new day, look at it going forward. Don't look too much at that past.
So speaking of a new year, give me your 2026 pick.
Okay, mine's different. And guys, by the way, sorry about picking on Amazon. I should have said Apple. That would have been a better thing to pick on.
We can go there next week.
Okay,
But give us.
I love picking on Apple, so anytime. All right, my best pick for the year is offbeat. It's Sabra Healthcare.
Okay, here we go. Trying to push through the 6850 zone. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Hedge flows turning up. Okay, let's look at 0 day. A couple of strikes in here. Okay, so overhead, we're running into this level right now, 6850. 6850 above that, 6870. Then 6880. Can we get some more follow through? Okay, they keep buying here. High tech alert. Coming off the low, hedge flows continue. Let's see what Hero says. Okay, so they're selling puts and buying calls. Okay, selling puts and buying calls. The white line is price action. Calls are orange. Puts are blue. Why is it rising, Vinny, if it's puts? Because puts are being sold underneath. So that's creating positive gamma, a drift upward for now. Let's see how far they take this. If this is going to be resistance, we need to pop through here on volume. MACD is bullish, looking for volume to pick up to indicate that they are still buying. Otherwise, this is resistance at 68.50.
Yeah, so I think 2026 should be a great year for fintech broadly. I think with the declining rate environment that we're going through,
Future's still trying to go.
increased deregulation in the financial sector, and the banks themselves sort of trying to figure out ways that they're going to implement AI, but not really being able to make it happen. I think a lot of the other fintechs will be able to get there faster. And so Visa is the pick for me. It's one that I've been watching for a very long time. I've been wanting to own it for a very long time.
Extreme high tick alert.
More extreme high ticks, so they keep buying. They keep buying on the uptick for now.
Maybe I can just admit that it's not going to come to me. I have to come to it. And so this seemed like a good time to be buying Visa because the announcement a couple weeks ago that they were going to be introducing stablecoin via a partnership with Circle to be able to offer global remittances, essentially, that's a huge market to disrupt to me.
Hedge flows need to keep going.
The fee for settlements, moving dollars from place to place, from sending money back home to Mexico, back home to Israel, or back home to Nigeria, wherever. There's a 6% charge to the people doing that.
Riot still rising.
Countries, which is an awesome place for a company with a large install base, if you will, like Visa, to be able to come in and disrupt that, and that margin is their opportunity. And so the market didn't really seem to react too much to
Extreme
that
high tick alert.
which told me that
Extreme high tick.
baked into the price yet. So it's one that I intend to continue buying as that share price does start to come down. But I decided I didn't want to wait anymore because that gave me an indication that Visa's going in a direction that I think the rest of the fintechs also want.
And Visa was just added to the new money list at Compass Point with a 390 target. We're sitting about 348 right now. Kevin, I want to give you a comment on that one because I know you also own.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
I agree with Malcolm's comment about the Circle transaction, or however you're thinking about
Trying to push through this area.
this technology, its offense and defense. There was a point in time when they were thinking that the Circles of the world would be taking business from Visa. And when you think about the idea that this is something that they can do together uniquely with incredibly high margins, it's an exciting opportunity that I agree is not baked into the stock in any way, shape, or form.
Weiss, I'd love to give you sort of a final comment here on financials. Goldman Sachs, I believe you're in this one.
Come on, let's pop through this area. Run towards VWAP would be nice. We need to see it in hedge flows. Hedge flows still turning. Puts being sold, calls rising, calls being bought.
Above where it was priced. Phenomenal company. The equity firm Forms is one of the largest private exit ever.
Micron holding near the highs. Micron relative strength did add to Micron. March calls. 310s.
110-year-old company, extremely well run. The point of it is that you've seen so many continuation vehicles over the last 6 years, and those are generally done because there's no exit. Now, as you lower rates and as the market's open to these deals, I think you're going to see tremendous activity.
Bitcoin still grinding higher, breaking above the 50-day moving average. Bitcoin.
Morgan, JP Morgan, of course, Citi doing better in that area. I like banks pretty much. And then it's not just that. As we see rates move around in the treasury markets and rates come down, and you could have long-term funding for
All right, got sellers coming in. They keep selling this area here, so people taking positions off as we run up against 68.50. That is resistance for now. You can see right here, 68.50. This little wick right here is telling you, this little wick, that gray wick is telling you they're selling these positions right now. Closing positions right there. If we can pop through this area, the next level overhead is 68.70.
Banks do well, you'll see the other companies do well, because that means the money-raising companies are bringing in capital to help them grow. So overall,
So we need to pop through this area.
on the pulse of what's going on in corporate America. So I like them.
Yeah, and the KBE Bank ETF has posted its third straight positive year, which is the longest streak since 2017. Citi is also bullish on regional banks. So we'll see what goes forward here in 2026. But I understand what you're saying about the regulatory environment also setting up nicely.
Trying to pop through this area.
More committee moves. Kevin Simpson is ready with the trade update. What's a brand new buy? Halftime. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Looking a lot different. I thought we were going to test the 50-day the way they were trading it. Sigh of relief, I guess, for many. I did buy some more SPHD. SPHD is just a dividend-paying ETF. I do have dividends at the end of every month, recycled into more shares rather than collecting the dividend. I chose to take some of my 401k cash and purchase a little bit of SPHD, a little bit more of SPHD. Okay, so a lot of these ETFs, these dividend ETFs, are seeing some price action. So that was one of the reasons I did this. Okay, SPHD. Okay, so SPHD, you can see what's in here. Dividend paying stocks. Charlie Munger, big proponent, as well as Warren Buffett on buying dividend paying stocks over time. You know, you can get some nice dividends once I decide if I'm going to retire. You know, having $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month in dividends paying out once a month would be awesome. So just building this position since about 2014, I just keep adding to the position and having the dividends rolling back into more shares. Compound interest, 2014. So going on 12 years. See what we're going to do here. Anyway, that's a good ETF. I like SPHD. SPHD. You can see what companies are in here. This gives you approximately 12 to 15% annual return. Okay, this is what I'm looking at here. SPHD. You can see what we're holding here. The holdings. There's a few other stocks in here that, for whatever reason, got dropped out of here. But it's a nice group of dividend-paying stocks that have been paying dividends consistently for over 20 years, most of these, some of them 25, like Coca-Cola. Okay, let's see if we can go here. Watching for a pop through this area. 68.50, we're having some difficulty because there's a pretty decent amount of volume or a decent amount of contracts here. Dealers having to, okay, this just filled out again. This wasn't filled. There's 44 million there. Let me just scroll back a couple of minutes. You can see that these had gray wicks on them. Let's go back a little bit more. Right there, you can see at this level, 68.50. Okay, well, those weren't there. Those were shorts. Those are people shorting, closing positions. You can see how they build right there. Boom, this really grew from 7.5 million to 17.6 million. The dealer is long, the market's short. Positive gamma. Buying calls, selling puts, creating that positive gamma that we're seeing right now. Okay, so Let's see if we can pop through the 68.50. If we can, maybe some at the money calls. 68.50s, 68.55s. Looks like we're going to pop through this area.
Obviously, you can leverage off it, and that's what they've been doing. So it's aerospace. That's one of the reasons I bought it. I also still believe in the aerospace industry, despite Boeing's troubles when I bought it. So I think it continues to move, and now we're turning some of their engines.
Okay, we're popping through this area. Shorts covering. Hedge flow's looking good. Okay, a little bit of put selling there. Put buying. All right, just moving that around so I can see it. Okay, futures breaking out to new highs there. Futures going. S&P popping through this area now. Okay, that supply is no longer there. Supply. Let me move that over here so I can have it to utilize for today. We're moving through an area. There was supply right here. We're through it now. Okay, we're headed towards VWAP. Okay, so there's a nice shakeout so far. Volume picking up. Volume picking up. 68.50. Went right through that supply.
Potential second leg from here, you've got some pretty good investors. You know, you've got the U.S. government, you've got NVIDIA putting $5 billion into it. Tremendous management compared to what they were previously dealing with, and multiple opportunities for income and revenue growth. So we're going to keep a short leash on it. But if it does,
Hedge flows turning up more. You can see this red zone over here. That's going to, the speed of the move is going to increase as we enter that area. The red zone there. As we enter that area, you can see the speed of this move pick up quite a bit. What happened to? Okay, they're updating there.
There's so much money being put out. Does it really mean anything for these, or is it just purely option where they're not getting into the weeds and helping the companies manage and grow?
Can I just talk about your outfit and forget about the tipping? Because, come on. $5 billion is not a drop in the bucket for any company. But I think what I like more about
supply, we're right above this supply right now. Are we going to bounce off this area and keep heading towards VWAP?
So we're putting a small amount there as well. Just, again, putting the toe in the water. But I think if it does work, if NVIDIA is right, if the government's right, and if Intel can turn this thing around, the stock could be much, much higher over the next few years. So we're thinking it more of an investment than a trade.
All right, we're going to wrap it up
Courtney,
there.
wait, one final.
Very quick, very quick.
Oh, this is very quick, I swear. As the fashion reporter, who would you pick on? Okay,
I'd pick on you.
The fashion face.
Can I
of this
answer
show.
it? Go ahead. Yeah, pick on in like a negative way. I'd pick on you today.
Okay, let's go some more.
His pocket square, always matches his tie. I'm filling in. I really wanted to take that one. All right, Courtney. What happens when he shows up on set?
I let her take that.
You need to do it.
Thank you all. We are going to move on and get the other headlines of the day with Steve.
No follow through yet.
But here are the stories at this hour, Courtney. The FBI says it thwarted an alleged plot.
So much for that. They went to commercial. They just cut her off.
Tesla gets away with a lot in terms of misses on deliveries and unit numbers.
Okay, we're pulling back from that supply zone.
You really have to look at what Tesla's doing versus its nearest competitor in autonomy, and that's Waymo. I think the biggest chart here is you look at how many miles per day Tesla is, archiving and learning from, and that's 15 million miles per day versus Waymo at under 500,000 miles per day. So in one weekend, Tesla records and learns from more miles than Waymo does in an entire quarter. And I think that's the biggest deal going forward. That's the biggest reason to be bullish on Tesla. Is that
So that appears to be have been shorts covering. They're selling right at that 68.50 level.
which they are very close to, as a driver.
Hedge flows right at that level.
They have the opportunity.
We are being resisted.
Enormous fleet very, very quickly. They don't need LiDAR. They don't need remote drivers watching over every little thing that happens in a predefined city. These things tend to work everywhere. And so that's the bull case for Tesla here. We're buying into it. We've bought into it for a long time, but now it looks like Wall Street's able to shrug off deliveries and look to the future.
It was the great philosopher Andy Swan that once said, "Not on time, but in time," and that's what Tesla does. Stifle all these deliveries in line, good enough, right, and moved on down about 15-16%.
Trying to produce a higher low.
What was very underreported.
A lot of selling volume here.
Storage, record amounts of energy storage, and frankly, that's going to allow them to beat earnings in a couple weeks. So I think that, but again, once again, the EV picture from Tesla, that eventually you got to think they're going to be the last man standing in the U.S., right? As others whittle away and their numbers keep going down. Andy, what is it? What's the thing going forward? Obviously, the future is here. We know that. Which is coming first? Can all these other things trump the fact that the headline today of lower deliveries than expected hurts the stock? I mean, the stock's down 1.9% today, and I'm not sure there's a reason it should be, frankly, other than headlines can drive a stock, as we know. We talk about it on the show all the time, Andy.
Yeah, it also had a
Futures backing off back below the 105 on the 1 minute chart.
If they were going to sell shares, they put off selling shares till after the new year for tax reasons. So I think there's a natural, kind of built up supply ready to come into Tesla stock here at the beginning of the year. But look, 5-6 years ago, the haters, the critics were saying that the Tesla supercharger network would never be truly built out. And now it has been built out and won so big and so dominantly that every other EV manufacturer in the U.S. is adopting the Tesla supercharger.
Looks like we're going to move lower here.
For their vehicles, and is waving the white flag and saying, we're willing to make our customers pay Tesla to charge their cars on the road. And that's the way Tesla works. It either
Micron's still hanging out at the highs.
they lose big, or they win, and they win over the long term and win in an enormous way. And that's the way we think autonomous driving is going to go as well. Just like the supercharger network, it looks like they're behind. It looks like they're slow until all of a sudden it's everywhere. They're dominant, and competitors are waving the white flag and licensing the technology from them. And that's the way I think this will go for Tesla. I don't think it's about deliveries. I think good enough is a really good way to put it, because when you're putting 1 million plus vehicles on the road every year, that's expanding.
Okay, we didn't make it to VWAP. Okay, now we got supply building overhead right there.
Andy, how much of this though hinges on one man?
A lot, an enormous amount of it. I think with the premium that you're paying to be an investor in Tesla is the same as the premium that people are going to be paying to be an investor in the IPO of SpaceX, and that is you're betting on one of the greatest entrepreneurs in the history of civilization, with the largest vision of any person that I can think of in terms of how the world and how actually the galaxy should work. And so there's a lot of fluff in there. There's a lot of bravado, but it works long term. And so there is enormous single man risk to owning Tesla, to owning SpaceX, etc. And
Looks like a bear flag.
we're definitely glad that
All right, what do these hedge flows say? What do these hedge flows say? What are these saying?
control the company that he wants. But yes,
Okay. People buying puts, buying calls too. So we got mixed signals at the moment.
Kevin, you got a final thought? A question?
Sure. Andy, what
Hedge flows haven't turned down markedly, but we did run into resistance at 68.50. We need to pop above that level. Then there's a possibility we could run another 20 handles into this red zone. Left to be seen. It's 1240, 1240.
Taking some off the table. That's interesting. Kevin, how about you? What's your play here? I know you're obviously in more of an equity stake and not the pure commodity.
Yeah, Courtney, we own Agnico Eagle. We've been lucky to have this in the portfolio for the past several years, but I think it was up like 130% in 2025. So really, really strong performance. And what I like about the stock versus the commodity is a pure
Micron.
Here you get both. You get the
Micron's still hanging out near the highs of the day. Upper Bollinger Band, RSI is rising. Last couple of times we've got up here, RSI showed muscle. There is some divergence there as we made higher highs. But we came back down to the 50-day. Analysts for 2026 revised their estimates from mediocre to 274% for 2026. Definitely underpriced for Micron. So I'll be building a position in Micron. Last year, $8 in earnings. This 2026, they're forecasting $31 in earnings. If it gets anywhere near that, this is way underpriced. At a PE of 25, you can see there. Price to earnings. I mean, that big of a jump, this stock could be $500 if the analysts are correct. Just using everything that they've garnered from the meetings with management. Micron looking really good and underpriced. So don't buy the high, whatever you do. Wait for dips like we had on Wednesday. Look for the follow through. Okay, what's S&P looking like? S&P. Okay, looking for a bounce. Can we get a bounce out of this? This time of day between 12 and 1, you're going to get some choppy price action. Not the best time to be buying the S&P or the Qs or the NASDAQ. That said, we're looking for a higher low and hopefully get through the supply and maybe eventually test VWAP overhead.
Softening fares there will be a bigger challenge for United American Delta this big full service carrier. And before we go, we got a minute, so I'll just give you the floor. Anything we didn't get to that you'd like to talk about in your outlook? Yeah, so I think near in Latin America, meaning anywhere you're flying with a smaller 150 to 200 seat airplane, sort of here.
ASPC may resume in less than a minute.
Markets, Caribbean beach markets. It looks pretty competitive to us. So we think fares probably diminishing a bit on those in those markets. It's going to be the strong season here in 1Q. Everybody wants to get away. Here in New Jersey, it's 20 degrees this morning, so everybody wants to get away and get to the beach market where it's 70 or 80 degrees. Oh yeah, longer haul Latin America, probably less risk of that diminishing fare.
SOC.
Less capacity going to those markets and do maybe a little bit better. All right, George, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for stopping by here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And shifting gears to cruises, my next guest says that the K-shaped economy is playing out in the cruise space with increasing divergence between luxury and economy offerings. Joining us now is James Hartman,
ASPC may less than 10 seconds.
Travel analyst. Thank you for joining us here, James. Let's talk about that K-shaped consumer.
Okay, we do see a little bit of potential for short covering on Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, not so much, or Netflix, or Tesla. cruise lines are up. Royal Caribbean up the most today. Royal Caribbean. Let's take a look at some of those. Micron looks good. Okay, so Royal Caribbean, RCL. A little bounce. Carnival Cruise Lines that had pulled back from a nice pop for earnings. They had earnings. They popped on earnings. Looks pretty good, actually. Carnival looks like it's going to regain some strength. Maybe I'll get back into some Carnival. Let's see, how many shares do I have in Carnival? Carnival.
Microsoft looks pretty wounded here as a chart. You know, it actually just keeps giving way. So I don't know if I want to assign a ton of meaning, as in like now we have flipped the page and this is going to be the story of the beginning of 2026, because it does sort of feel still kind of lightly traded and everyone's, you know, is in wait and see mode. Big picture, like you start the year, the bulls have a 70% chance the calendar year is going to be open. That's what history says. It's going to be up, rather. That's what history says. So it's not a lot of margin in saying we're going down hard if we don't have a recession ahead of us and the Fed's not tightening. But I am alert to some
Volume coming in. S&P looking for that to follow through on the bounce.
the bullish consensus is pretty pronounced.
MACD's turning.
With their upside target. So, yeah, you want to just be aware that even if you think good things are coming, you might have paid for it up front in terms of these stock prices.
Fair enough. Good way to set us up, Mike. Thank
Carnival
you so much.
bought some March 32s.
Stick with us.
Okay, Carnival, I bought some of that. Okay, what's S&P doing? We're just going to sit here and languish. Looked like a nice bounce. Looked like we were going to follow through. Nothing happened with that. Looks like S&P is going to roll over some more.
Let's shift gears a little bit to power sports and recreational vehicles. Company that you cover is BRP, ticker DOO. Used to be DOOO a few weeks ago. Talk to us about this company, please.
Yeah, so they're we think one of the best makers of off-road vehicles. Think about ATVs, side-by-sides, and for that matter, snowmobiles. That is a sector that's been under a lot of pressure over the last couple of years. The good news is, coming out of the third quarter and into the fourth quarter, we did see some industry stabilization, even some industry acceleration. And then on top of that, BRP is in a position, we think, to take meaningful share. And we think that happened here in the fourth quarter. So the next report we get from them, I think there's as we think about sort of near-term plays, we think that's one of the best.
Okay, market's fading a bit more.
They're in a really good position to cement their share positioning in the ORV space and even gain some share going forward.
All right, we're going to leave it there. But James, thank you so much for stopping by and sharing those insights.
Okay, market's jumping here to the downside. Very jumpy. Let's see what Hero is saying. All right, puts being bought, calls fading, people selling calls as we drift lower since the peak, right around 1222. All right, S&P dropping off pretty quick here. 50-day for about an hour there. It looked like we're going to head back towards VWAP. Now it looks like we could be in store for another shot. Maybe we push down to the 50-day. Wouldn't be the end of the world if we did. I did buy some Carnival Cruise Lines. I bought some 32s for March. staying disciplined, not taking on a whole lot of risk until I can see what kind of 2026 we're gonna shape up to be, what sectors are going to be, what sectors are going to be in play.
Same thing for Netscope, but the difference here, I think, is really that it's a brand new company. It just IPO'd.
Okay, so you can see semiconductors having a good day thanks to Micron. What's NVIDIA look like? NVIDIA trying to turn the corner. New York Fangs do look kind of tired right now. Metals and mining up.
You own it, right? So this is where I talk out of both sides of my mouth. So while I really do worry about the consumer, and I think that's a problem, we also all know that there's this K-shaped economy out there where the higher end.
Okay, we've got semiconductors higher.
Our conversation about AI and it benefiting some areas, I think AI will continue to benefit higher end employees and laborers, and they'll be able to continue to spend. So Marriott's an interesting business. It's asset light, and as my friend Steve Weiss always says, it is a permanent compounder. It's the kind of company that we want to stay, and we've owned it for over 10 years, and it's just kind of a permanent, long-term compounder in our disciplined growth strategy. But it's tough, right? Yeah. Because you're trying to figure out, will it be able to survive some huge part of the labor force? Maybe getting it on the chin. Got it. I see it. Okay, Caterpillar getting a target hike today at Wolf Research. Weiss, quickly on this one.
Look, it's going to keep going.
S&P trying to bounce now.
Their continued move into more AI and data centers, that isn't stopping anytime soon. So I continue to like it. They finally have the fundamentals away from their core business of construction to help drive the business. Those have been, peaks and valleys with tied to cyclicality. But
all right, let's see if this rolls over again.
Makes a much more attractive stock.
68, 68 40s. Okay, sounds good. Well, coming up 68.35, 68.30. The swing low was at 68.30, right? 68.30. Maybe some 68.30 puts. If this rolls over again, watch that. Call side could get some play here. It's a very weird market right now. Starting off the year. We're looking for Santa Claus rally. So if we don't get it today or Monday, technically we're looking for a follow-through, a push higher. It's not happening. The 50-day could get tested today, but now we're starting to bounce. Looking good. Market's starting to bounce. See if this turns out to be a bear flag or not. Okay, they're starting to sell puts again. Buy calls. Very choppy. Okay, very choppy. Do we run back up now? Hedge flows. Hedge flows trying to make a higher low now. 68.50. 68.50. Futures trying to turn back up. Shorts covering. No. Looks like a bear flag. Smells like a bear flag. What are they going to do here? Hedge flows. Hedge flows higher low for now. That 68.50 obviously is a very tough spot.
As we begin a new year in the markets, let's turn to our committee for their investment resolutions for 2026. Kevin, I'm going to start with you.
My resolution is to own fewer higher quality stocks. owning more positions doesn't necessarily mean you're more diversified. And I think if you can get rid of some of the clutter, focus on your good companies that have amazing free cash flow. For us, we look for dividends, pricing power, long-term tailwind demands. Having a smaller, more concentrated portfolio, I think makes a lot of sense for next year. Otherwise, you're just going to look like a closet index. So trim your portfolio and make it count.
I like that, Jenny.
Okay, so mine is to let my winners run longer. And this is one of the biggest challenges of the strategy that I manage is there's this really strict discipline over valuation. So last year I sold Iron Mountain. This year I sold IBM. Not this year. In 2025, I sold IBM in the beginning of the year because they were fully valued. But I should have let them run longer, and I would have made a lot of money off of it. But I'm really strict with that, and I don't need to be quite as strict as I am. I can let them go a little.
I like that. Malcolm, how about you?
Yeah, so mine is, I guess, another hat tip to Mr. Buffett. When it rains gold, get out the bucket, not the thimble. I think that we're all forming a consensus that 2026 is probably going to be a more volatile year than the last three have been. And so investors should be getting their shopping list together and planning for what they're going to buy once that choppiness comes, and get to buying. Don't hesitate.
I like it. And Weiss, what's your resolution for 2026?
Yeah, my resolution is not that resolution. There's so much going through my mind. The last thing I need, I have something else to remember. So I'm going to keep doing what
VWAP overhead.
which serves me well. And if somebody smart suggests something, I'll listen.
Bear flag for now. Look for this to roll over potentially.
Fair enough. Final trades are coming up on
Okay. 6830. All right, this does roll over, head towards the 50. That's 6,800. What are those going for? 6,800s. 6,800s. S&P 6,800s. Puts S&P 6,800s. I just want to check them out and see what these are. 6,800s.
ASTS.
6,800. That is actually a 37 delta. Oh, that's 14. No wonder. 14 January. 14 January, 6,800s. Today's 6,800s. What delta is that? That is a, just in case, get those ready in case we roll over some more. That is a 10 delta. No, not interested. 6810s. Those are 12 delta. That's still pretty low delta. Okay, looks like we're going to roll over here. Okay, I'll get those ready just in case. About 6810, 6820, in case we do roll over and get nasty and head towards the 50-day. I got them ready just in case. Looks like we're holding at 6836 so far. Bear flag. Micron holding up very well, all things considered. It won't be a pretty start to the new year. Everybody will be talking about that if we close near the lows of today's session. Pretty ugly candle as it is. That said, we do have some stocks that are standing out, like Micron. Micron. Mm-hmm.
We're back with final trades, the first of 2026.
Micron, Intel, LRCX, ARM Holdings, Marvell. That's a pretty decent list. Okay, ASML, machines that make the chips, ASML, Micron, Intel, LRCX. The top 5, top 6 are all chips. Marvell, ARM Holdings, Lam Research, Intel, Micron. I don't own any ASML or LRCX. I got some ARM, some Intel, some Micron. Let's see what happens there. Okay, appear to be holding here now. We appear to be holding.
Okay, Conagra. The consumer staples have been huge underperformers this year, and I've seen the drumbeat starting to change. There have been a lot of articles saying there's opportunity here. It has an 8.1% dividend yield. Very interesting.
Be nice to get a run like we had over here. That was a really fast run to the upside. It was probably shorts covering, closing positions. Still think we could test the 50-day.
Thanks, Courtney. The first trading day of the year, Tesla loses its crown and new tariff tailwind.
Palantir looking pretty ugly. Very ugly day on Palantir. Micron making up for it, along with Intel and LRCX, ARM Holdings, ASML, Marvell, all of those looking good. Global Foundries, On Semiconductors. The top 10 are 90%. Top 10, 90% of these are semiconductors. CLAC, Applied Materials, AMD. Maybe some SMH. Big gap up on SMH. For those of you who bought SMH.
Takes a dive. Joining me now is Robert Duran, CEO and Chief Investment Officer at BDA Capital Partners. Barb, it's going to fall to the big guys again?
I think so, John. I mean, we have seen like the last 4 days or 3 days of the 25 trading year, a lot of them sold off. And in fact, they haven't done much for a while, but their PEs are now cheaper than they were at the beginning of 25. And you're seeing what's happening today. They're all popping up NVIDIA because these continue to have solid earnings growth and revenue stories. And so anytime they will get ahead of themselves periodically, people will take profits, try to rotate to something that's lagged, but the investors always come back to this because the earnings growth and revenue growth for the foreseeable future is very real. So I think, and also if you look at
H flow still drifting higher, so that's pretty interesting.
30% of these top 7 names, it's in terms of profits.
On average, puts being sold, calls being bought.
You know, they don't need big increases.
Micron looks like it wants to break out again. Micron's been doing that a lot lately towards the latter half of the session, breaking higher.
But is this Jenga? Are we top heavy with these names? I mean, the valuations are so high and there's so much expectation for smooth results as this AI capital build out continues. Things hardly ever move in a steady upward trajectory.
No, they don't. And particularly for growth names, you always have periodic frights. And we've certainly seen that in spades this past year. We're in 25 with, DeepSeek. There'll be constant, information, innovation coming out. And we're seeing that practically daily. But again, it's like I always look back at Amazon when they kept reinvesting in their business. They didn't make money for years and investors would periodically throw their hands up. Or Meta sold off again, on a big increase in spending, which happened a couple of years ago. And of course, that was a great buying opportunity because they do have a gift for turning that spending into productivity and increases in their business. So I think that you have to live with the volatility and in general, where the market is, the PE is pretty high. But so I think that, but earnings will continue to come up. And that's where I think you see things will hold up in 26.
Domestic indices pretty heavily dependent on these big stocks, still up more than 16% in 2025. But a lot of international markets did even better. They're not dependent on the same stocks. How much stock do you put overseas?
Well, I think diversification here is a good thing because international, as you said, both developed markets and certain emerging markets outperformed, our markets, which did pretty well. So I think you can diversify into, you look at Europe, the fiscal stimulus from defense spending, and that's not something that's over in 6 to 9 months. That's going to continue to provide support as they continue to
SMH, there's not a whole lot of open interest on SMH. There is at, I can see the July calls.
But you saw like China
360.
Stabilized in our relationship there. We'll see with Taiwan will be of interest this year to see what happens there. But at other emerging markets, you've got better earnings growth than we do. There seems to be some stability, and plus they're diversifying. Other countries trying to diversify away from us, and you're seeing China do that somewhat successfully in their trades, in their export.
One of the lessons investors have learned is that it's really risky over the past couple of years to assume you know what direction interest rates are going to move in and why. Now, we know the president wants lower rates. We know that the president is going to get a new Fed chair in, but do we know necessarily what impact that's going to have on rates and therefore on markets?
Well, I think that's a puzzle people have been trying to figure out, and I guess I take an optimistic view that whoever becomes Fed chair, certainly the final people in the running all have very good credibility and great backgrounds. But I think once you become chair, it's not just
Semiconductors, S&P. All right, S&P is just stuck in the doldrums down here.
The most important central bank in the world. And plus, we also know it's not just one person, man or woman, deciding. It's a group. And so that Fed chair has to be able to talk and reason and convince people of his or her view. So I think we're going to be fine there. People are worried about Fed independence. And even if there are appointees who come in saying they want to lower interest rates, I think, when you get the facts and you look at what's going on in the economy and the trade-offs, you don't want to ignite inflation by cutting too much. So
Micron at the highs. Micron continues to work.
Okay, and I see you like Broadcom, Boeing.
Semiconductors populating most of the NASDAQ 100 top 20.
Thanks for joining and giving your perspective with BDA Capital Partners.
Thanks, John, and happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. One of the big questions surrounding the Fed this year is whether Fed Chair Jay Powell will stay on.
KLAC, Applied Materials, Strategy moving back up after dipping to end the year. AMD, Pinduoduo. Yeah, a lot of chip stocks in the NASDAQ 100, the top 20, mostly a lot of chips.
Stay on the board after his term as chair ends in May. Both Ben Bernanke and Janet Yellen, they left with time remaining on their governor terms. Powell could stay on the board for 2 more years as governor, but he's declined to say what he'll do, raising the question about whether he's considering staying. At stake, the makeup of the rate-setting open market committee and the powerful board of governors, and whether President Trump will have a majority of appointees on the board. A relatively new grandfather, Powell is thought by Fed observers to be more than ready for civilian life. That's after 13 years of the Fed, including 8 as chair, and amid unprecedented and withering criticism from President Trump. But Powell also holds deep loyalty to the institution and likely concern about its fate under the challenge posed to its independence by the president. 3 Trump appointees currently sit on the 7-member board: Waller, Bowman, and Myron. Either Lisa Cook's removal by the Supreme Court or Powell's departure would district bank presidents who don't vote to cut rates, though there's no guarantee that these 3 would follow along with the president's wishes on that. For Powell, staying could be labeled a political move by the president's supporters, but staying would also clear the way for unfettered control by the president. Most Fed observers we talked to think he will leave, though they wouldn't rule out him staying perhaps for a short time.
If he stays, he's kind of a sucker for punishment, because I imagine he remains the president's foil on the Fed. The president would blame him for anything that he doesn't get. But if he leaves, I mean...
Oh, jeez. Shut up. Okay, looks like we're going to move lower right now.
60/40. So that's a big uplift on the enterprise side. So that was a decision too about capital allocation towards the enterprise, balancing with consumer. And then I think the hardest decision is actually around the really longer term duration compute contracts. Because of course, the compute that we've used in 2025, we didn't just find in 25. We actually had to make a decision probably in 2023. Our revenue grows almost at the same pace. So if you look in 2023, the total compute we exited that year was only a mere 200 megawatts. We'll exit this year at 2 gigawatts, 10. But our revenue similarly, our ARR,
S&P losing this level again. Looks like we're headed back down to this level. All right, back down here. That swing low from earlier. Big spinning top, very large range today. VIX coming off the lows. VIX. VIX, even VIX with a doji, so very choppy. No huge move to the upside or downside. Junk bonds, we did get a bid. We did get a bid in Bitcoin, so that's a risk on indicator if we can continue higher.
We have agents that help us look at our monthly close to say, what is
Junk bonds looking a little better, a little more risk on. If we could see a follow through, take out 97.35 and then head towards 97.50, 75. RSI rise. If we see a bid in this, all right, the volume's starting to pick up as we bounce, so that's a good sign. Neutral to bullish if that continues. Bitcoin, of course, high expectations for Bitcoin. If that can manage to follow through, it's breaking through the 50 days, so maybe it turns the corner now. Bitcoin, weekly time frame. Needs to get back above the 10 EMA weekly. S&P. Okay, headed back to the 10 EMA weekly, but still in a bullish trend. So not all is lost. Everyone expecting, looking for Santa Claus rally, which will continue into Monday's trading.
What does it look like? What is ChatGPT telling you it might look like next year? And how many people pay for the platform?
Yeah, so today we have 800 million consumer users, so weekly active users of the product. On the enterprise side, we have 1 million enterprises using the product. And remember, our enterprise business is only a couple of years old. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. From a developer standpoint, about 4 million developers are developing on the platform. And in terms of growth, we just put out a report, our amazing econ team put out a report yesterday called The State of Enterprise AI Adoption. It has a ton of fascinating facts and figures about how much adoption is going up. One thing I would call out to your audience is what we see is frontier users in the enterprise are using messages about 6x more than even just the median. And so I think one thing we all need to be careful of, particularly CEOs and executive teams listening in, is that widening gap. You can't let it get too wide because you're going to get behind your competition. And our job is to help you figure out how to deploy it appropriately. As we go into next year, you mentioned that 20 billion, it's 20 billion of ARR. This year we'll actually do about 13 billion of in-period GAAP revenue. And our growth rate just continues to,
Micron's still looking okay. Micron.
But to say we're very upbeat, very optimistic about
Semi's hanging in there. Well, let's take a look at SMH. SMH. Okay, nice gap up on SMH in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. RSI rising. MACD stochastic volume looks good. Top 20 stocks on the NASDAQ 100. Most of them are semiconductors. AMD. Let's see. AMD needs to get above the 50-day. Shooting star, we hit that low. Kind of looks like Apple. Apple was looking really good this morning and then reversed completely. This was a bullish candle above the 50-day, reversed, and now is below the 50-day. Apple noting that the Vision Pro, whatever, they're going to slow the production or stop the production or whatever due to lack of demand. They sold something like 380,000 units or something like that. All right, so Apple pulling back. Adobe pulling back. Adobe with a pretty bearish looking candle. Adobe. God, these stupid commercials.
Last one on our list is Chipotle.
Okay, we're looking for institutions to come in here after 2 o'clock, hopefully. from now until the end of the session, if they bought a dip or not. Here's Adobe. Micron, the opposite. Micron at the highs, showing impeccable strength. Micron at the high of the day, it looks like. Micron, yeah, it's at the high of the day. That's doing very well, Micron. Bought some bought some Carnival Cruise Lines. That's doing okay.
So they believe this approach limits the risk to Q4 and also same-store sales growth expectations moving into 2026. They've raised the same-store sales growth estimates, in fact, for Q4 and full year 2026.
Centene continues this grind higher. Centene.
2% plus, respectively. Now, this is obviously coming off the back of in recent
S&P back down to 6830. All right, this is the area we're looking for a bounce somewhere around this area. 50 days right there. 58's at 6,800. That's the next support level since we lost 6,850.
The cost-conscious, value-hungry consumer, as we know, they're not visiting as much. And also, it's been an interesting story with this one. While they have insulated themselves previously from a pullback because of the high-income consumers, now they're seeing it really across the board. Consumers who make less than $100,000.
Hedge flows turning back down.
So that's really important to keep in mind here. But, restaurant stocks as a whole, Alex, a mixed performance. As I mentioned, your Chipotle's, your Carver's, your Sweet Greens, not doing as well as your fast food did last year. I mean, take a look at McDonald's, take a look at Yum Brands, they did okay. So I think the key themes in 2026 is going to be, these value offers and what kind of things they're coming up with, like protein cups, etc. I don't know what that is. That's just chicken in a cup.
You know what stands out to me is this is Nick Setyan over at Mizuho Securities, Sam. I always like to, in these type of spaces where there seems to be an easier logic to winners and losers, similar to maybe
Looking for institutions to show some signs if they're interested.
Popularity component. This analyst only has one sell or underperform rating, and that's on Wendy's. The vast majority of the coverage, 11 of 18 in the neutral camp, like what we're seeing from Chipotle, but they like Brinker, Cheesecake Factory, Domino's Pizza, Texas Roadhouse, Wingstop, and Dutch Bros. So I look at that and I'm like, I don't really see any key themes across any of them, other than maybe they're just names that they see executing at a higher level at the moment compared to maybe some of those fast. The big time GPU and AI chip makers and AMD and Broadcom will chart and trade that.
Okay, starting to get a little bit of a bid here. I would imagine this is just shorts covering. Hedge flows are not agreeing with price right now. Okay, so we're kind of flat at the moment. Wouldn't make too much out of this. Futures, definitely a nice bounce in the futures. Okay, hedge flows looking a little better. Puts being sold, calls being bought. All right, got a nice rally here so far. Semiconductors almost at a new high. There goes Micron breaking out. Micron breaking out. Micron new all-time highs here.
news markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Hedge flow's turning up. Okay, we're in between positive gamma nodes. If we can get above 68.50, we have a shot at maybe making it back, taking back some of these losses.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back. Time for Chart Masters. We chart and trade some of the big semiconductor winners of 2025. Joined by lead market technician Rick Ducat here in studio. Taking a look, beginning with AMD. It took a bit, but it finally joined the party. Gave back a little bit towards the end of the year, but all in all, really, really nice performance last year for AMD.
Yeah, the upstart of the chip companies here. There was a time when AMD was viewed kind of as this higher-end gaming chip maker here. So if you were like seriously into more high-end graphical processing units.
Okay, I've been noticing that with hedge flows, you definitely need a trend. I mean, that should seem obvious, but days where we have this choppy type of price action, it's exactly what you're going to see. We look at the levels to give us an idea where the dealer is going to be hedging, but for the most part, we need at least a trend. See how we dropped off at 10 o'clock and that trend just went straight down? That was a very clear indication of what dealers were doing. They were selling futures, they were hedging to the downside. Now we're just kind of grinding higher high, higher low. This needs to do the reverse of what we saw this morning and at least start trending if we're going to get any kind of follow through. So that's just an obvious observation that I just wanted to share with you. If you're looking at this, I don't make much of it. This is kind of hard. You get stuck. I mean, look at this price action. If you look at the orange and the blue lines, yes, we had a little rise into the morning, then went sideways, but it's hard to make anything out of this as far as a valid trade setup. So you got to see the trend take off to the upside or downside. You can see we're just moving sideways since about 12:15 and not going anywhere. So it's a tough one to trade when the markets are like this. And we have a very large range, which even makes it worse. So the daily candle, very large range, similar in intensity to Friday or Wednesday. The only difference is Wednesday we had the JP Morgan collar roll. So this move today, I know you would think that the institutions, if they were going to do anything, they would have done it at the end of the year rather than the beginning of the new year. So not sure what to make of this for now. Maybe we'll have a better understanding at the end of the day.
It could be a sign of a trend shift occurring here. But we can see that RSI is also trending upward here. Our downward trend line has been broken. We are above the 50 midline now and also making new
Squeezing.
in this case here. So look for price to make a strong push above those relative highs and for RSI to do the same simultaneously for further confirmation to help inform your trading decisions here. When we also look at our volume profile study now, this is the blue histogram on the right side of the chart that tells us where the heavy trading activity took place. We can see that the nodes that stand out, one right here near about 215, 210, that general point there, and also here near about 230. So those would be the significant boundaries according to this particular study. These are the heavy congestion areas for trading activity. If we were to break lower, though, our pre-gap high point, that really stands out right here near 160, also around 175 or so.
Yeah, this is always, when it comes to the semiconductor names, sort of that first earnings reporter as well. NVIDIA and Broadcom kind of notably later in the season. So for those looking for kind of that next big maybe tech event, perhaps AMD earnings would be one of those names on the short list of an earnings to keep an eye out for towards the end of January, early February, as it historically reports. Taking a look at an example trade, though, in AMD, course, you could look at that 200 or so range, do something neutral to bullish below, but the stock is trying to recover off that most recent test of those levels once again. So perhaps you think that this is finally going to be a break back towards the highs, and you think more upside is in store for this first month of 2026. It's the 230, 240, January 30th call debit spread. That's our example here. Creating a $10 wide debit spread, only spending $3 as a debit creates an interesting risk reward in the sense that you're risking 300 with a chance to make 700. You will need some help from the market, though. That is, of course, because the break even is 233. So you think there's going to be a rally throughout the next month of trade?
Semiconductors had a nice little pop thanks to some of these semis. We got the top 20. Most of the stocks in the top 20 NASDAQ 100 stocks are semiconductor related names. Okay, so in the top 20, we've got Micron, ASML, Intel, LRCX, Lam Research, Marvell, ARM Holdings, Global Foundries, ON Semiconductor, Applied Materials, KLAC, AMD, Texas Instruments, MChip, NVIDIA, and XPI. So there's a lot of stocks. There's a lot of stocks from the semiconductor populated the NASDAQ 100. So that's a good thing, I guess. Okay, we're turning back down now. Hedge flows. Okay, so you can see how choppy this is going to be if we can't get the hedge flows to give us any kind of trend like we had from 10:15 down to from 10 o'clock down to 10:30 or so.
If we were to look at
All right, where are we going here? Okay.
the standout area, this thick red line here, our point of control, this is the heaviest trading area of all that we can see here. It comes in right around 341 or so, the general heavy volume area.
Okay, does that make sense? We need a trend. No trend. So trying to trade this chop is not that fruitful, if you will. Back and forth, back and forth. About the only thing you can do is buy the dips when we get a move higher, buy the dips, sell the rips, and then buy puts at the high. That's just too much activity. Very choppy. Oh, boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, January the 2nd, 1:30 already. We're already into the afternoon session.
Perhaps that area acts as support. So what would a trader do if they were looking to be neutral to bullish, but use that level of support as a potential place for the stock to find a footing. Will it go just below that? That's what we did here. Same expiration, January 30th, but going to the 325, 320 short, put vertical, collecting a credit on this particular trade. And in this case, say we collected $1.25, that would create a 3-to-1 risk reward where you risk 375, chance to make 125 on a break even of 323.75. So idea being, have those support zones hold, and then as time passes, this one could expire worthless. That would be your max profit scenario.
Yeah, we're just stuck here, sitting flat at the lows here. The ultimate low being just below this area. Pivot lows. That swing low right there. Are we going to come down here again? VWAP continues to slide lower. And you look at MACD, how many times this has changed directions today?
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on
Micron's still going. Yeah, at least there's the semiconductors. Semiconductors helping the markets. Let's take a look at the sectors. XLB, materials with a nice bounce. Okay, let me just let me shorten the time span here. Let's go to 4 months. Okay, here is materials. Okay, so if you're looking for short-term swing trades, look at what sectors are showing the most strength. So you got materials, communications, Meta. If you're expecting Meta to continue higher, you want these all to be moving together. Communications, some selling there. Energy have been off lately. We got a nice bounce in energy today. So maybe some XOM breaking out the new highs, or CVX. Okay, another break to the upside. Halliburton. Okay, all of these breaking higher. Halliburton, APA, Apache. Okay, that looks like it's got some possibilities to get about a 10% move from here. Apache doesn't move a lot compared to some of these other names like Devon Energy. Okay, Devon has an ATR, average true range, about $1 per day. Let's see, Apache. APA has a average move. That's about 75 cents. Okay, so that's good. Apache. What about EOG Resources? All right, I know Frano was mentioning Bloom Energy this morning. That looks good. Bloom Energy moves about $8-9 a day. So that's pretty decent. MACD, stochastics, everything turning up. If Bloom Energy can make it to 110 or so, you got a 10% move in store. RSI rising. I believe I do have some Bloom Energy left. Let me just check. I don't. Okay, so much for that. All right, so Bloom Energy is a possibility. What about Diamondback Energy? Energy looking good. Diamondback came down to the 5th today and bounced. That has prospects to get back to 163. MACD stochastic, everything's turning. Diamondback, I might buy some Diamondback actually. We're at the high of the day, so I don't want to do it right now. So maybe I'll just make I'll save an order here if it dips a little bit. Diamondback. Let's see where we have March. Well, I can't believe we're already thinking spring after we get past January, February. Okay, a lot of open interest at 155. 155. Okay, Diamondback Energy. I'm gonna save an order for Diamondback Energy. See if we can't get some follow through in Diamondback.
free cash flow. But there's a lot of optimism when you're looking at the humanoid robots that could be hitting the market here, as well as the robo-taxi. And a lot of analysts are believing that that's going to be the catalyst for this company over the next 5 to 10 years, not so much EV sales. The EV sales right now are kind of a ways or a means to an end here if you're looking at this company. And that's why a lot of bullish investors are still optimistic on this name. We have William Blair right now, pretty much once again kind of holding their market perform rating on the shares. You have Stifel once again, buy rating on the share, price target of $508. So a lot of optimism when it comes to this name. Unfortunately, you are seeing a pullback here. You may be going into
Okay, in 2 weeks we'll have an opportunity to sell some premium. Okay, there goes Micron. Micron's on the move, looking good. Micron. Micron's booking higher. Okay, ONDS. ONDS. What do they do? ONDS. I have some shares following along. ONDS looks good. Through 10. Oh, that was one from Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Frano likes this one. ONDS. On this holdings. ONDS. What do they do? ONDS. Missed expectations. ONDS. Mission critical Internet of Things, applications, bandwidth, networks, customer, and market. Micron just going ballistic here. Micron having a good day.
Yeah, so this example trade that I actually brought here is more on the neutral to bullish side. You are actually looking at
Okay, so breaking out. This is really working nicely. Okay, I got the 310s. Okay, so Micron, I'm going to have to roll these out actually. I got the March 310, 320s. Okay, we got a ways to go to get to 320. Getting close though. $8 to go, $7.30, $7.70 to go. Okay. So this looks like institutions obviously buying. Obviously been buying Micron, the 60-minute. Okay, you want to be long. You want to buy these dips. Micron, we had a dip into Wednesday, following through today, added to this one. We'll buy some more on the next dip. Look for that trend to continue. 274% earnings per share. That's the estimate. That's the average analyst estimate. 274% increase. This stock is so unappreciated and undervalued right now. So if you have a chance to buy on the dips, I'm talking to myself as well. Chance to buy on the dips, I'd be buying Micron. Okay, 274%. Last year was $829 in earnings per share. This year, forecast $31, a 274% increase. And then 2027, they're looking at $39. So look at the difference between 2025 and 2027. Okay, what are we going to do here? What are we going to do? We're going to bounce. Still looking for hedge flows to turn up and start trending. The most you can expect is more chop with hedge flows doing what they're doing. Okay, big move. I got the shorts covering. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day. Semiconductors on the move. Semiconductors. Made a new high there. Semiconductors up to 372 and change. I was trying to break out here with Micron going vertical. Micron going vertical here, looking good. Okay, looking for these New York FANG stocks to catch a bid. This seems a little odd that they just keep selling this. I mean, consider this. Okay, let's look at the New York FANG for a second. Think about this for a second. Okay, the FANG stocks, these stocks are going to lead the AI into the future. Yes, we're weak right now, but you would think the way they're acting right now, you would think that they would be bought. They would be bought. Okay, that's the way I'm thinking anyway. So, all right. So much for this head and shoulders top. This is just a descending triangle. Okay, the 100-day. Let's see. Let me get your skis around here. 21 days down here. Now the 100 days there. 90 EMAs down here. So they are reverse. The stack is reversed. 50 days above the 100-day. 200 days way down here. I don't know. I'm looking for a bounce soon. So it's nice to see the semiconductors are rising.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
So New York FANG looks good. New York FANG. Triple bottom along this level. Do we lose it and head to the 200-day? That would be kind of odd.
One of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere.
A lot of stocks are moving higher. This is so odd. Micron. Look at Micron. Micron looking good. Okay, so we left off with energy. So Diamondback Energy. I'd like to buy some Diamondback on a dip. Diamondback looking good. Sorry, got to get this out of the way. Okay, Diamondback Energy, nice push there. The energy stocks looking very strong. Energy, very strong. Look at the 60-minute. Look at the 60-minute time frame. Okay, so this would be bullish over the next, I don't know, few weeks, I would imagine. So we saw Apache, these stocks coming off the low. Apache.
That's a lesson that I'm taking into 2026, which is to look at hyperscaler CapEx as a guide for how will NVIDIA do, and then the sort of up and downstream players like the TSMCs that manufacture the chips.
That being said, then, Austin, they've already told us they're going to spend a ton of money, record-setting money in 2026. What does that mean? Does it bode well again for a lot of these same names that we saw be winners over the last several years?
Yes, so it's a good question, and it's a little nuanced because it's been told, if it's actually forecast to us, there are expectations that I think from a stock
energy looks very solid. Okay, energy looks solid. Now let's look at financials. We got the Fins reporting in 2 weeks on January 13th. We've got JP Morgan. These are all pulling back. Okay, they're hanging in there. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. Nice bounce on Goldman Sachs. Let's see here.
There's probably less opportunity to be surprised to the upside and more about being surprised to the downside.
Okay, let's look at energy. Do I have any energy? That's the FANG. Builders, aerospace, banks. Okay, let's new watch list. Let's go energy. Energy XLE. SPX COP. Huh?
But they're expensive because there's a lot of expectation that they're going to have to deliver on.
COP.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely a time component here.
Devin.
The horizon, you know, we can only see so far is with respect to like the applications that'll take off.
APA.
So we definitely there is a capability
FAG.
where models are being trained.
EOG.
Adopting AI and they're getting value out of it.
Diamondback.
Spend is really high,
Diamondback.
but there's not yet like really a killer app or something that is going to take us up to that next side where consumer, you know, use might skyrocket or
ExxonMobil.
might happen even faster. On the other hand, one of the things we saw in
Phillips 66, PSX.
models or long reasoning models,
Valero, VLO.
and mind you, everything that was shipped in 2025
And Chevron. Okay, Chevron. Okay, let's look at the banks. I'm interested in selling some premium, but I don't think the banks. Some of these are expensive, like Goldman Sachs. I'd like to see this up in the top right quadrant. The sell premium right now is down here in the bottom right quadrant, which looks good. Looks good, but it's not up here. So I won't sell premium yet. Ooh, 91%. That's actually pretty good. Goldman Sachs. Let's see what Goldman Sachs. Don't want to sell Iron Condor now because we have earnings. So implied volatility is going to pick up. The dealer is going to want to inflate implied volatility. So we want to wait for earnings 2 weeks out on Goldman. So I don't want to do it now.
Here's how I would use, which are great for data center, AI inference, and training. They're flexible. They're very performant. On the far end of the spectrum are Grok's LPUs, and NVIDIA just made this $20 billion sort of pseudo acquisition of Grok recently. And those LPUs, they solve a particular workload, a particular use case, really ultra low latency, which is really fast responses, but they're not as flexible. They can't hold as big of models, so they can kind of do like good enough models, but super fast. Those support two different use cases. Google's TPU sits in the middle, but it is a little bit more like a GPU in that it's pretty programmable. So I don't really look at a TPU as a perfect substitute for GPU or a substitute for an LPU. They kind of serve different use cases. And so we will continue to see customers want NVIDIA's GPUs for the flexibility. I think we'll see a rise in these like ultra low latency use cases. And then I would position the TPU as really just diversification for hyperscalers or companies like Apple who will use a TPU to diversify so that they don't have all their eggs in NVIDIA's basket.
All right, let's talk some Apple. Looks like not so exciting when it comes to Vision Pro. Meta's kind of scrapped that. I don't know that that's a big surprise, but where does Apple end up in all of this? Is the stock kind of quietly rallied up to all-time highs towards the end of the year?
Yeah, here's how I'm thinking about Apple. Apple got knocked a lot in 24 and 2025 as not being an AI play and kind of missing out on the AI trade. On the other hand, at the end of 2025, they did really well doing what they do best, which is making new devices, introducing new colors, introducing a new form factor, the iPhone Air. And even if the iPhone Air wasn't a smash hit, it was enough to get people in the stores buying phones and Apple just being Apple. If you're cautious on the AI trade, Apple would be a decent growth opportunity. They're going to ship the iPhone Fold that's rumored to ship in the coming year. And so again, it's traditional Apple bringing out interesting devices, interesting experiences, and just trying to win customers that way. So that's how I would think about Apple in 2026 is maybe a different play than an AI picks and shovels play.
All right, Austin, you know as well as anybody the importance of the story and the narrative when it comes to equity investing and everything involved in it. A year from now, what do you think we're talking about if we're having this same conversation?
Ooh, a year from now, I hope that we're talking about more edge AI, more inference. whether that's on your laptop or something. But what I'm really excited about is autonomy and other opportunities like the humanoid robotics. I think humanoids still have a ways out, but if you think of cars as big robots, I think we will see continued advancement in self-driving. That could, of course, be from Tesla, from Waymo, but it might also be from Rivian. And so I think what will be really interesting is to stand here together a year later and see how far that comes. And then, of course, ask the questions. How does that impact companies like NVIDIA or memory companies like Micron or even the AMDs?
Okay, we're losing the lows here.
Happy New Year, and we'll catch up soon.
Losing the lows.
Next, we're going to talk core scientific for under 30. George Tillett will stop by as we talk where blockchain meets AI when it comes to the infrastructure and all things needed right after this.
Okay, we're headed to the 50-day. Looks like we're headed to the 50-day.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets.
Okay, we're headed to the 50-day. A lot of selling. Kind of odd. I don't know. This is just an odd. The last couple of days have been very odd. Okay. All right, so our swing low now is down here.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the CBOE, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com. Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get all.
Don't fight the momentum. You got the Fed easing as well. There's a lot of positive things right here coming into year end 2025.
And it sounds like these are a bunch of bullish things, and so sometimes you want to lean contrarian, but I would add that there's still a lot of doubt about this bull market, and there are plenty of reasons we're not necessarily going through all of them today. That the market, there is kind of a bearish cloud over certain parts of the market. People doubt the strength of the AI story going into next year. There's some concerns, is the Fed really going to cut? Is all that getting baked in right now? But
Welcome back to the exchange. The so-called dogs of the Dow, the 10 stocks with the highest dividend yields, outperforming the Dow 30 in 2025, first time in 3 years. And with the Fed expected to lower rates further, will 2026 deliver a repeat performance? Joining me now with her trades is Victoria.
Hedge flows.
Officer at G Squared.
Hedge flows. We were looking for a trend. We have the trend. Unfortunately, it's lower. Okay, we were looking for this to turn back up to give us some opportunities for upside, but not the case. They keep selling. And hedge flows keep telling you the same story. With calls being sold, puts being bought, you can see this big drop here. So hedge flows are definitely bearish for now. Okay, we got another node here at 6820 potentially for a bounce. If we can see a bounce there. Micron still at the all-time highs, high of the day. Yeah, breadth isn't that bad. So, it depends on the sector, right? So we left off with banks. Okay, XLI industrials looking okay. So it could be some rotation. Rotation probably. Okay, got some rotation. XLI, XLP. That's okay. XLU had a lot of strength on Wednesday. XLU. Dividend paying stocks. XLU. XLY. All right, so the retailers taking it on the chin apparently. What's Walmart doing? Walmart. Okay. Can we get a bounce here?
service. Nobody really enjoys interacting with their cell phone provider. Honestly, does anybody enjoy it when they have to go in and deal with the network?
If they're going to turn, again, the hedge flows are what's telling you to be cautious because the hedge flows continue to move lower. More chop. We could certainly move back into today's range. Micron's still hanging in there. Man, I wish we would just go down and touch the 50-day and just get it over with. You know, the 50-day is right there. 68, was it 6,800? 6,800. I mean, we're only 30 handles away. Let's do it. Get it over with. Get that behind us, and then we can bounce into January, February. 50 days right there at 6,800, 6,804. That's support. You can see this area of liquidity, passive buyers down here. Futures, a little bounce, a little short covering there on that bounce. Futures.
Market share to playing market balancer. I mean, short of a major geopolitical death step, which I know Iran and Venezuela are both looking a little spicy these days.
SMH, pretty volatile. SMH. Not really, I guess. It's only $1 range here. 371 up to 372.50, $1.50. Not too bad. Are companies adjusting their positions to suit or to match the JP Morgan collar roll? I mean, that was a 35,000 lot collar. So are companies that mirror what JP Morgan does, copycat funds, are they selling calls and to buy put verticals, put spreads? That's possible too. I guess we'll find out later today after everything is tallied up. That's what it seems like. It feels very similar. Don't forget that last 15 minutes of the Wednesday trade, we had puts that went from out of the money to in the money, deep in the money, $1.50 bid all the way up to $11 within 5 minutes. So having a way to trade these, just one click market order and one click sell order, market sell order. It's a good way to trade those if you're inclined to do that sort of thing. If you just want to wait it out and wait for the rotation to set up and for us to understand what to look forward to during the month of January, and you're not a day trader, that makes sense too, to just wait it out. Probably going to test that 50-day though. It just seems so obvious. Maybe the fact that it's obvious, we don't get down there. But the 50-day is right there. Two big red candles. And Wednesdays was due to the JP Morgan collar. Similar kind of price action. So, you know, we opened the day looking very positive and we sold the rest of the day. Is it the, I don't know, maybe it's these companies that piggyback on the idea of what JP Morgan does, and they're doing it after they see what JP Morgan set up for their quarterly collar. So I'm thinking that could be the case. Anyway, so the markets. So we went through the sectors. It looks like a little rotation into some rotation into the energy space. Okay. Semiconductors look like they want to bounce here. CRML is getting some action. Let's go see what critical metals are doing. Okay, look at the Diamondback. Look at the New York FANG components now. Wow, that's a pretty decent sell-off. You would think that these will bounce off of this area. Where, if I was an institution, where would I want to buy? I'd want to buy down here, not up here at the October highs. I'd want to be buying down here. The 200-day is still there, so that's a possibility. And still have a very positive 2026.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. Okay. The problem with these, I guess it's a good thing. The problem with these kind of markets is that day traders have to cover really quick. Shorts have to cover really quick, so we can get these big violent bounces and these drop-offs in the market. Feels kind of thin. The way the markets, the way the stocks are trading. Walmart. Okay, Walmart with a nice bounce. What's Target doing? Target trying to get back up to recent highs. Target have positions in both of these. Futures turning back up. What's John Deere looking like? Okay, Caterpillar looking really good. That's holding on very nicely. So, Steven, you're in this, right? Caterpillar? Looking for the follow-through in Caterpillar? The odds are we're going to get a follow-through day in Caterpillar as we rotate. Stochastics MACD turns up. Maybe I'll buy some Caterpillar. We're at near the highs of the day. Okay, we're above the 20 MA. We could pull back to 583 first. We could pull back 5 to 10 points before following through, or just continue to move higher. Chips have been leading, though. The top 20 stocks, most of them are chips.
Houston. We're going to reveal the top city for the stock market in 2025. That name may surprise you. It is all ahead. Hi, everybody. Once again, I am Brian. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's a different year, but really the only thing that has officially changed is the calendar.
Caterpillar. Maybe put in a bid down here at the low. Caterpillar. All right, we're just rolling over now. Cat.
Because there are better opportunities for you in what he calls the impressive 493. Ed Yardeni is still bullish on stocks overall with a 7,700 price target next year. And he joins us now. He is, of course, the president of Ed Yardeni Research. Ed, Happy New Year. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Are you negative on the Mag 7 or just think there are better opportunities elsewhere?
I have a little bit of AI fatigue. I don't know about you, but it's been kind of wearing to be in this AI battles on a daily basis to try to figure out who the winner is going to be, to figure out if all this capital spending is going to pay off. And I think that's going to spread to other investors. I think it already has. And we may see that maybe the valuation multiples on some of these AI trades start to come off. Doesn't mean that technology is finished for the year ahead. As you said, semiconductors are doing quite well, and there's still going to be a lot of demand for semiconductors. But I would put more money in financials, which we've been overweighting. We'd put more money in industrials, which we've also been overweighting. And healthcare, we haven't talked about at all. And we think that might be a
Caterpillar.
Reasonably well this year, especially biotech.
Yeah, you know what? I don't tell anybody, but I also have a little AI fatigue. And being here at the NASDAQ, Ed, is appropriate because I was here back in 1999 before half our audience was probably even born. And we were talking about all the capital spending that was going into the guts, the infrastructure.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. High tick alert. Hedge flows still very choppy. Expect price action to move back up into these highs up here, potentially. More chop is what I'm anticipating. Chop into this zone right here. Potentially. Okay, that's kind of hard to read. Let me just do it this way. Let's do it this way.
I think there's a lot of uncertainty there, and I'm not sure that these stocks merit this kind of valuation multiple. Maybe Google does right now. I happen to own some personally, so I have to disclose that.
Okay, volume looks good. MACD's crossed. All right, so we should see a follow through, I would think.
Some other company comes up with a new thing that's a better chip that's cooler, requires much energy.
Extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick. We got shorts covering now. Extreme high tick.
Yeah, I'm going to use a dirty word, utilities. And I don't mean like power utilities because those have been largely red hot. But when you look at an Apple maybe and some
Yeah, 68.45 looks good. I like that level there, Nick.
might be left in them, they're massive cash flow generators, which is why I said the word utility, Ed. But I think to your point, there are faster companies and sectors where you can get the earnings growth that will drive the
Big move here, S&P.
returns. Where are those? You mentioned healthcare,
Financials, industrials. I think materials, the precious metals, obviously have been doing very well and may very well continue that way, simply because we're looking at a year.
How are we gonna finish today, folks? How are we gonna finish? We're gonna finish on a hanging man candle. We're gonna finish at the low of the day, test of the 50-day. Anybody's guess right now with the way hedge flows are chopping people up, back and forth, back and forth. We're ping-ponging between these levels. 68, 68.35, 68.40, all the way up to 68.50, and you need to get through that 10-point range above 68.50. Okay. Future's looking very good, though. Future's looking good. Now we got a little fade. So shorts covered. Shorts covered just now. Supply just overhead.
and on Wednesday, Guy Adami said he thought the 10-year yield might go to 4.5%. In other words, yields would go up even if the Fed.
Okay, you can see what the range looks like. MACD's still rising. Let's see if we can follow through. We want institutions to buy this time of day. We want institutions to show us their hand. If we get some consistent buying into the last hour or so, that would be a good sign. Let's look at junk bonds. Junk bonds. Okay, so New York FANG is starting to bounce here. New York FANG. Okay, you got a wick over there, far right. You can see that wick right there. Okay, a sign that they might be buying the dip. So let's look at those New York FANGs. Who's turning first? NVIDIA. NVIDIA showing short covering. Amazon. Google looking pretty good. So is Meta. Okay.
Rates may go down. Sounds like you think that they may not. You are bullish though on the market. Your target is 77.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Thank you.
Is that growth, that 8 or 10% that you're seeing, Ed, where is that coming from?
Well, I think technology and communication services aren't going to suddenly stop growing. They're just going to maybe grow at a slower rate. Maybe the multiple will get
Silver.
slightly to the downside.
Cool.
The Magnificent Seven, only a few months ago, were trading at a forward PE of 30. Now they're probably down to about 27. So they're kind of inching downwards. But I think the opportunities remain in industrials, maybe mid-cap industrials for a change. I mean, onshoring is still going on. We don't know exactly how much money is coming in as a result.
CRML, they keep hearing that coming off. CRML. Squeezing. Maybe eventually we get this thing moving. CRML. Micron's still going here.
Financials are technology. As a matter of fact, the interests of 493 are technology companies because they're going to be using all these technologies to increase their productivity because there's a real shortage of skilled labor.
You know, I like the term impressive 493. I will say though, Ed, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue like Max.
USAR on the move. Catching a bid, these USAR. off the low. USAR. SMH about to make a new all-time high. SMH.
But also at some point an announcement for the president nominating a new Fed chair.
USAR, CRML getting bought. Reversal.
Chance of becoming the next Fed nominee. Kevin Warsh closing in at 36%. Christopher Waller right around 12%. Rick said
CRML, USAR turning higher.
what Ed Yardeni had to say, and said he didn't think it was out of the question if bond yields rose this year. What do you think?
I think I'd be shocked if they didn't rise this year, to be honest. So yes, Ed and I are totally on the same page. And let's start. Yes, a decent year for treasuries, but then again, how decent depends on which part of the yield curve you looked at. The 2-year yields and short-term yields were down much more dramatically than 10-year yields, and actually, the truth be known, 30-year bond yields actually closed the year higher than they closed 2024. Now, let's look at a chart of the S&P 500 versus 10-year, okay? Now, this is for the entire year last year. That intersection in the middle is July. But rates didn't really start to go down till the end of July. And the reason I find that so important is let's look at what happened at the end of July. It was the last Fed meeting where you didn't get a rate cut. The next 3 meetings after July were set optimistic. We had rate cuts. Now, let's look at what non-farm payrolls were doing. If you look at the June, July, that's when the deterioration started. So it really does explain why interest rates started to really break away and move lower when stocks were moving higher. And the other piece of the puzzle is stocks moved higher at that point because right around mid-July,
Okay, starting to go now.
the Liberation Day highs were taken on. In other words, after Liberation Day, the equities went down. When they came and finally made a new high for the year after that, that's when everything seemed to change. Now look at the yield curve. Steepest in 4 years on 2s to 10s. What does all this mean? I'll put it together for you, Brian. The more steepness in the yield curve, the more the argument that
Don't forget there's a CES Tech Conference next week.
long rates are showing us they want to be more stubborn. And if you want to know how good of a year you're going to have in treasuries, especially looking at the short end, monitor the jobs market, because the Fed chair, in my opinion, is not going to make a whole lot of difference. It's all about the economy, and within that subset, it's all about jobs.
That's amazing because I get 2
Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. I agree.
They want to talk, whatever. I'm approachable. They ask me about NVIDIA. Where's it going? Should they sell their home and put all their money in NVIDIA? No, don't do that.
Okay, there we go. S&P breaking out. Okay, so that's a good look there.
I should tell them Rick Santelli says probably higher.
Right up against supply again. Big volume. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows turning up. Big rip here. Extreme high tick.
I like it. See, also dropping your name, Rick, so I'm covering my own derriere. Well, Rick Santelli says, Rick, Happy New Year. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
All right, folks, we are just getting started. And in a few minutes, we are going to reveal the biggest winner for the stock market city-wise this year. It's our Power City Indexes. It's coming up exclusively in a few minutes. But up next, can NVIDIA keep its title as the king of AI, or is a new king waiting in the wings? Christina Partsinevelos is waiting in the wings. She's here, and we'll talk about that next.
NB. QBTS. QBTX. RKLX. PONY.
Nice move here.
STX. LWLG.
Okay, here we go. Back into the red zone. We get into that red zone. Prices can accelerate rapidly. Okay, big move here. Okay, looks good.
Extreme high tick.
Extreme high tick continues. Okay, so we got some inexpensive lottos. Quadrupling in value quickly. Okay, some of these are accelerating quickly. 50 cents to 475. 50 cents, 475. Okay, that looks good. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Let's go. LETSGO. Don't disappoint us. Come on, let's keep going. Are we right up against supply? We went through one level of supply. Now we're up at the second level. Okay, so we need those hedge flows. We need those hedge flows. Okay. The image I just posted, if you have these having
menu.
active trader.
Let's talk about NVIDIA because Jensen Huang and company, they're going on all-out offense to defend their company's crown as the kings of AI. It's a $30 billion spending blitz aimed at squarely the next phase of the AI arms race, something called inference. We're here at the NASDAQ. Christina Partsinevelos is also here and has that story. I know you got some things, but what is inference in like layman's terms?
It's literally so let's say you're a doctor, you train, you go to medical school to become a doctor. That's the training part. The inference part is me saying, oh no, I got like broken tooth or a broken arm.
You go for a dentist for that.
Yeah, I know, because I had lipstick on my teeth. You were just nicely telling me that. And so you're the
Okay, we're looking for a follow through now. Let's see how far we go with this. ONDS looks good. I like it, Frana. Okay, so call side, can we get up here? That is what? Can we make it to 6870? 6870. Let's see what some calls at 6870 look like. S&P 6870s or 6860s. We're trading 68, just below 6840.
It's inference chip technology. They brought in its founder, Jonathan Ross, who also created Google's TPU chips. Those are their
6860s. What are they going for? 60.
Gemini.
60. Okay, we're coming back down now. That was exciting. That was exciting.
Third, NVIDIA is reportedly in advanced talks to buy Israeli AI startup AI-21 Labs for roughly $2 to $3 billion, according to local Israeli media. AI-21 only does about $50 million in revenue, but the deal values it roughly at $10 to $15 million per employee for their 200-person team, many who have PhDs. It's a pure talent play. NVIDIA declines comment on that deal. NVIDIA NVIDIA owns roughly 90% of the AI training market, but inference is just fragmenting very quickly. Inference is cheaper to run, doesn't need the same horsepower nor the same memory, and so that opens the door for competitors. Google, Amazon, so many companies are trying to create custom chips. They're popping up everywhere. Although that AI 21 deal is not done just yet, the spending strategy is clear, and that is to
Still consider a cheap way to play. If you think that we could see some follow through, a cheap way to play butterflies. Don't forget 6950, 75, 7000 butterflies that we talked about last week. Just type into the search bar call fly, and that should bring you. That should bring up that trade. 6950, 67, 6975, 7000. Let's see what those are going for right now. You can get into those for $1. Okay, they're $1.65 right now. So $1.30, $1.35. Some of you got into it. I got in at $1.40. I've been adding to it. So my average is at about $1.37, $1.36, $1.35, more or less. I do think we're going to see higher prices. I think earnings is going to be fine, and I think we're going to have a positive drift into January. If for some reason we don't, I still have the VIX calls that expire in February. I chose February because January is just too close. I thought, cheap February 20 calls would be good for VIX, just in case. I have 10 of those. I plan to double up if I need to. Okay, hedge flows didn't follow through. Okay, so this is the problem. This is the problem we have. We're not trending like we were over here at 10 o'clock where this dropped off and it just kept straight like an arrow. Now we're just kind of chopping back and forth. Do we get a higher high, higher low? That's possible too. So be ready for a pop if they dip and buy the dip here. Okay, supply just overhead. So this is supply. Can we make it through this area? Buy some cheap calls. Buy some cheap calls. Futures look like they want to go. We got 5, 15, 30, and 5, 15, 30s on a buy signal. Tick cumulative, we got a crossover in the signal. We got a crossover in the signal, meaning bullish. Okay, so breadth looks good. Corey mentioned that as well. Thank you for that, Corey. Okay, so breadth hooked upward. Okay, so we're looking for these hooks to buy. We're looking for these hooks. Even in the NASDAQ, as bad as the NASDAQ, the New York Fangs look, these look pretty good. So, yeah. Qs off the low. Okay, we got a wick. We need to get back above the 50. The IWM. IWM also needs to turn up. IWM looking pretty good out the 50-day. I know, Mondo, you like to trade IWM. IWM off the 50-day. What's Apple look like? Apple, okay, turning the corner, but not quite there. Okay. Happy New Year, Russell. Okay, there goes the futures about to break higher here. Futures trying to go. Okay, we're up against supply right now. Up against supply. Can we get some more out of this? Okay.
RGTX, FCEL, RKLB.
Buy some cheap puts, calls.
ELRZ.
Are they going to slam this back down? Going to slam it back down. Let's see what they're going to do here.
RGTX, RKLB. QBTX, QBTS, RGTX, OKLL, RKLB.
Welcome back. Let's talk oil and energy. Crude oil slightly lower to start the year. This after a big 20% drop in 2025, and that was the worst yearly performance since the year 2020. Supply and demand.
All right, we're at VWAP. Can we get this going a little bit more? Futures breaking higher.
But as always, with oil, there are also many geopolitical risks, including growing tension in Iran, where the Iranian regime is aggressively and violently putting down protests over that country's bad economy and lack of social freedoms. And now the president vowing to intervene, Trump tweeting out basically.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Future's still going. We just hit, what did we hit just now? What is that? 6,900 on the futures, 6,900 futures. Okay, heads. Okay, so now we're starting to get that trend I'm looking for. You see the trend?
Brian, Happy New Year. I do think Iran is going to be a flashpoint. Mainly, though, we step back behind what the president just announced. You know, we think Israel means it. I think Israel's not done with Iran. They want to suppress Iran's missile and nuke capabilities. So we've got 70% probability of renewed Israeli strikes on Iran in the first half of this year. With regard to the president, I don't see a major U.S. military campaign, but the U.S. certainly in for selective strikes or sanctions if Iran kills protesters. So we think Iran's going to come back. But the thing is, Brian, if you look at it, since Iran attacked Abqaiq in September of 2019, biggest disruption in modern history, it's been a nothing burger. And the traders have been just discounting that there'll be a material disruption. You see that in today's price action. So we're not necessarily saying there's going to be a major sustained disruption in oil supply, but Iran is going to feature, Russia is going to feature, and to some degree Venezuela is going to feature on the oil market screen, we think, this year. It is truly one of the only, or at least maybe the biggest global market along with currencies. And everybody's just pointing to supply and demand, Bob. You can look at the different estimates. And I know that OPEC will disagree with some of the numbers, but you've got in some estimates, billions of barrels just kind of floating around in storage on super tankers to nowhere, being held up. How do you see supply and demand, not only right now, Bob, but where it's going in months and quarters ahead? You know, Brian, I've been counting barrels for over 30 years, and I've rarely seen a time where there's such difference about what's happening just ahead of us in the coming quarters. Some see, like the IEA, 4 million plus barrel a day surpluses in the first quarter. Rapidan, we're a little lower, about 3.5 million barrels a day. But there's a lot of folks who think that the surplus idea is just a hoax. With this, Brian, we got to step back and say the trend is your friend in terms of prices. The prices are telling us that we're heading towards.
Come on, can we get going? Got quiet all of a sudden.
The curve is moving from contango into contango from backwardation. We're seeing.
Come on, go some more. Go some more. Let's get some more out of this. Let's get some more out of this, please. Pretty please. Very nice little move here. Okay, we're up to VWAP now. Okay, this supply is gone now. Okay. Oh.
Big energy theme, solar, wind, oil for the year. That'll be published probably on Sunday. I'll make sure everybody sees that. But as an advanced look, one of those themes is how low does OPEC Plus let the price of oil go? If we get down to the low to mid 50s, some people saying maybe we see 40s for U.S. traded crude oil. Do OPEC and its allies reverse course and start to pull oil back off the market? Brian, I think they will. And if you look at those meetings, and you and I have been to the meetings, they're having another one on Sunday. They've been signaling.
Okay, let me grab that. Where's my VWAP? Where's? Oh, there it is. Okay, VWAP. VWAP.
They said we'll not only undo the 1.6 million barrel a day of hikes we put in place, but even the 2.2 million barrel a day. To me, and I'm reliably informed, that means that if things get sloppy at the downside, OPEC Plus is ready to act, I think, 30 points. Not 100% probability. They may be late. They may be too small.
MACD.
I think the intention is there if needed.
Leveling out. We need to see that separate from the signal line now.
If somebody said, are you bullish or bearish on the price of oil? I would lean to the bullish side. I don't think oil's going to surge. I've been bearish. In fact, last year and 2 years ago, I was in print bearish. But I would say one of the reasons I am a little more bullish is because everybody and their mother and their relatives appear to be negative. I can't find an oil bull to save my life.
Absolutely. From a contrarian standpoint, makes sense to be bullish. Another reason, though, Ryan, and you and I have been talking about this for years.
I think I'm going to go visit my mom. I think I'm going to drive down to visit mom. Might make it a long weekend.
That by no means are we on track for peak oil demand by 2030. That means we're structurally short in those out years. So even if we have this near-term oversupply, I think one reason you see the equities holding up quite well during this, despite the best pessimistic sentiment on next year's prices, is because they realize the 10-year outlook is suddenly much brighter than everyone's been thinking for the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's just some of these projections. I don't know where they're respectfully to the groups coming up with them. I don't know where
There we go. All right, we're going to rip this sucker. Going to rip.
Because a couple people are buying electric cars in wealthy nations. Look at emerging markets. The reality is that half of oil in the world is not used for transportation. It's used for other stuff, things that are growing. I just don't know where some of these numbers are coming from.
Well, I think during the sort of Paris Accord agreement era, there was both wishful thinking and official forecasts that said, look, not only should we kill oil demand with EVs, but we will. And we won't allow any forecast that contradicts that to appear. That proved
Nice volume here. Nice volume. Can we rip this a little bit more?
And I think to their credit, the IEA and others, we're seeing other major forecasters, are all swinging back to reality as we have been predicting to their credit.
Yep, and even, by the way, the European market in the IEA's backyard is now talking about getting rid of EV mandates and going back to the gas-powered car. Bob McNally, Rapidan Energy Group. Bob, thank you. Have a happy New Year. A good weekend. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go drive down. I'm going to get in the car, just throw an overnight bag. I'm going to go down and visit mom.
Energy out there to make these dreams that are maybe holding up the market happen. We're back on Power Lunch for the NASDAQ right after this.
Oh, beautiful. 4 spacious skies and amber waves of gray. Amber waves of green. Nice move. Nice move here. Oh, man, this looks so good. So good. Okay, I took a little bit off there. Just caught a lot of those. You know, there's too fast to post everything I'm doing. You could hold on to these at end of day. These are, I was looking at the 6850s, targeting the 6850s from down here, noted by the hedge flows and where positive gamma was. We went right through that. So I figured that 6850 would get us 6870. Note the hedge flows. Okay. So if you're following along the live session, some of these trades are so fast for me. I mean, it went from 50 cents to $4.75, $5 within what, 20 minutes? So just talking through the trades make a lot more sense, especially these 0-day trades. Okay, let's look at, wow, that was fast. That was a fast move, Benny. Jeez. Believe this market? Yeah, that's what I want to see. And don't forget those S&P call flies.
RGTI.
PLRZ.
ONEG. IONX.
Go some more. Go. Go, go, go. This is going to keep going. This is going to keep going.
Big energy headline: the world's largest offshore wind developer is taking on Trump in court. Denmark's Ørsted has filed a legal challenge against the White House after the administration moved to suspend a nearly $5 billion offshore wind project called Revolution Wind. Actually, Ørsted's doing two projects. Now, this follows the Dominion Energy lawsuit after the Trump administration paused several large offshore
ES futures, we're a bit extended now. A bit extended now.
It jumped about 4.5% on the news. But the fight over big wind is not over, particularly with all the projections for all the power we're going to need to power our lives, data centers, AI, and, just the heat and lights. Let's bring in big thinker Stephen Bird. He is Morgan Stanley's global head of thematic and sustainability research. This is also, to give a little tease to my own piece coming out this weekend, one of my 7 big energy themes to watch. What happens to big wind, Stephen?
Who was it? We have a member that is Palantir. No, not now. Not well. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, Schuster, you're looking at Palantir put credit. Yeah, this is not a bad area, actually. Not a bad area. Okay, let me just checking. Okay. Okay. See if this keeps going here. Yeah, future's going to keep going.
I think the theme, and you're the thematic guy, so tell me if I'm wrong, Stephen. I think the theme is if you build a giant wind farm off the coast of Massachusetts and that powers 600,000 homes, and making the number up, that
50 cents to $10. 50 cents.
for other things. They don't have to necessarily power data centers. Use the wind to power homes, and then use the energy that was going to power the homes to power the data centers. That, anyway, is the argument that they would make.
Yeah, and I just don't find it compelling because when you look at the Northeast, there's very little data center activity compared to other parts of the United States. A big part of that is cost of power. If you look at the overall cost of power in the Northeast, it's just much higher.
Yep.
Total volume of available power is quite limited, even with some degree of offshore wind coming online. So I just don't find that very compelling. When you look at the average cost, for example, in the state of Texas for power versus, say, Massachusetts, it's just much lower in Texas. And I think that's a big driver for why we're seeing so much more data center activity down in Texas.
By the way, as you said that, I just looked at the Boston power grid because it's all online and I'll post it. A couple percent of their renewables power right now is coming from trash. They're literally burning trash. Do you see any indication besides Texas?
Alert plus 800.
High tick alert. Okay, we're going to keep going here. Looks like futures keep going. Can we get through 10?
That they're starting to have this energy realization that they're going to need more power from somewhere, and that could benefit the nuclears and, dare I even say, the natural gases of the world.
I do. What I see a lot is awareness of overall power.
CG, where are you located? What's HH? I don't know where HH is. Is that the Hamptons? I'm not sure where that is. HH. Okay, we're starting to slow down now. Hedge flows have slowed as well. We are above VWAP, so we could extend this a bit more.
I think it's my number. By the way, again, preview to my piece coming out this weekend. Number one risk is that political pushback against data centers. Apollo Global You might have heard of them, sort of semi-competitive to you, so I won't bring them up. I want to pivot, Stephen, to a topic, of course, that we've talked about a lot, the AI revolution. Listen to this. Earlier this week, we spoke to the CEO of Labs, as you probably know.
Come on. Can we keep going here? All right, we're starting to slow down. Starting to slow down a bit.
Here's what he said.
When launch costs come down a certain amount and those satellite costs come down a certain amount, eventually it's cheaper to put compute centers in space. In principle, you get free power, free cooling in space. The only challenge is that it costs a lot to build the satellites and launch them.
Now, this all comes as your team projects a 47 gigawatt cumulative shortfall in power demand versus supply. Again, for our audience, but
Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, what do we got? Can we get above 6,900? Man, if we get above 6,900, all hell's going to break loose. Wow. That's a long ways to go. I mean, I'm just being ridiculous, of course, but that would be something else. Okay. High tech alerts.
They're pursuing all of the above, and I have to say, it's sort of a race of innovation to see whether data centers in space, or fuel cells, or natural gas, or Bitcoin conversions, which will get us there the fastest. I am pretty encouraged by just the land-based solutions that I'm seeing. Pretty impressive stuff in terms of just innovative approaches to getting that electricity to data centers much more quickly.
If this happens, Stephen, and I hope it does soon in our lifetimes, you look up and like, oh, that's a data center. Through a telescope, of course. Who's going to win?
Well, I'd say the big
Extreme
space
high
players.
tech.
Extreme high tech.
I also think the hyperscalers will win in the sense that what they desperately need is more
Extreme high tech. Okay, we continue to move higher.
It is growing so quickly. So the AI adopters, the enablers, they just need more compute. So we can actually get data centers in space at low cost. I think that's a big advantage for everybody across the AI ecosystem, except for the land-based AI infrastructure players. That would clearly be a negative for them because the perception is you don't need to spend these large premia on these land-based solutions if you can get data centers in space.
Okay.
And they work. What happens to all the data centers we're currently building and we talk about every day? But we'll save that for another segment because we have to go. Stephen Bird, have a great weekend. Happy New Year. Thank you, dude. Thank you. All right, let's get down to Stephen. Come back for a CNBC News update.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, Russia is denying involvement in an attack on a multi-story apartment building today in eastern Ukraine. Ukrainian officials, they say at least 25 were injured.
I just can't wrap my head on why this is all going on. I mean, sucks.
Detonation of Ukrainian ammunition. The ministry also accused Ukraine of trying to distract from a Ukrainian strike on a hotel on New Year's Eve that killed nearly 30 people. Meantime, Saks Global announced today its CEO Mark Metrick is stepping down amid reports the retailer is struggling and preparing to file for bankruptcy. Metrick has been with the company for nearly 30 years and led Saks' 2024 merger with Neiman.
Okay, it's starting to taper off here. Okay, we might be done for today. Maybe take some profits off. All right, I just took a little bit off. Okay, what's going to happen here now? Okay, hedge flow still pointing higher. High tech alerts. Yeah, my mom lives just northeast of New Orleans in the state of Mississippi. My dad, for some reason, decided he wanted to move there. We were north of the Lake Pontchartrain, New Orleans. They moved out of there about 40 years ago. And I guess about 30 years ago, they decided to move to Mississippi because of the what do you call it? Inheritance laws in Louisiana are so bizarre. Anybody can, according to him, anybody can claim part of the inheritance. So they wanted to make sure I got all the inheritance. So I moved to Mississippi. I thought that was really cool of my stepfather at the time. But But mom's still, she's alive and kicking. She plays pool twice a week, Monday and Wednesdays at the, what do you call it? American Legion. She's really popular there. 94-year-old pool player. She, back in the day, I don't know if you heard the story, but back in the day, she worked at a pool hall in New Orleans called the Royal Q. If you've ever heard of it, that's where Willie Moscone and Minnesota Fats and people like that used to play. The movie with Jackie Gleason, I think it was Jackie Gleason and what's his name? The guy who died. Parts of it were filmed in their location, from what I understand. Let's see. The Royal Q. What was the name of that movie with Jackie Gleason? Was it Paul Newman? I think. Might have been Paul Newman. Extreme High Tick Alert. Excuse me. Got something stuck in my throat. I'm sure a lot of it was filmed in the studios and stuff, but yeah, they 9-ball and everything. I never could get the when I was a kid, I never could understand why they were playing with 9 balls. You know, I only knew about 8-ball. And for those of you from England, of course, you do what, snooker or whatever the hell it's called. And that the Filipino guy, Reyes, that guy's unbelievable. If you're a pool player, you know what I'm talking about. Was it Alfonso Reyes or something like that? All right, we're pulling back in now, so make sure you're taking some profits off the table.
2:45 here in the East Coast time for our big reveal.
Hilton Head. Oh, okay.
Won the stock market in America in 2025. We showed you on Wednesday.
Yeah. I think mine is too.
Only one winner. So let's count you down 3 to 1. The top
November 25th. Yeah, I might just show up. Might just show up. It's about a 10-hour drive, so. But you know, that'd be a surprise for her. So I'm sure she'd really love it. She wants to see the kids too. The Color of Money. Yeah, that's it. The Hustler. Yeah, The Hustler. That's the one I remember. The Hustler. Rob Hood. Man, you're a movie aficionado, man. Whenever I mention a movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Paul Newman and Jackie Gleason. Yeah. Okay, can we get going here? I mean, how far are we going to go with this? 6870. Next level 6870. Maybe some 6870 calls. Let me just grab some of these 6870s and see how far we go with this. 6870s are 255. Let me load this up. Let me send this over to my active trader window. If this goes, I don't know. It's a pretty good run there. I would love to see this close in the upper half of the daily range, but a little bit more bullish. We're above the 21 day, which is a good change. Okay. Puts. Puts are toast. I had some puts loaded up. They went from $3 down to 10 cents. Okay.
Get away from all the technology, just me and a human being sitting in a room, just talking. It's wonderful.
I think that's great. And because I was just about to ask you, do you think that there's too much emphasis on just getting a number score from the kids? And how would you go about designing maybe the educational experience a bit better so it cannot be gamed by AI? And I guess where I'm going is maybe the flaw is in the educational system more than these AI bots that are
Well, I'm going to be a little controversial, but I think you're hitting the tip of the iceberg there.
I think academia and education have been coasting for quite a while. Maybe it's like the Dow Jones. They did things that made sense 100 years ago. That doesn't mean it makes sense
Hi,
now.
took alert plus
So I
800.
think there's been a lot of inertia where we just keep doing things the same way for many years. I think this is AI is a disruptive event where we have to reevaluate. There are a lot of people in higher ed that are terrified that this is really going to destroy a lot of what we're doing. I think it's a chance to reinvent ourselves, to wake up and say, people want jobs. That's why most people are going to college. We want to teach them poetry and all this stuff. They want jobs. So and that's because of the way the market is and the economy. And it's hard to afford rent. It's hard to buy houses. Things have changed since the 1960s.
And no, just to take a step back, the name of your book is Robin Hood Math. It seems like you're one of those professors who is very future thinking, very forward in terms of what the future does hold. Of course, Robin Hood, one of the companies that we cover very often here, identifying as having quite a run year to date. When you think about what you were going to name this book, why that, and how do you think this sort of defines the next level of thinking overall?
Well, that's a fantastic question. I think it really fits into trying to give more power or agency into ordinary people. So Robin Hood, the other company, is about letting anyone invest in stocks and not having to go through brokers. With my book, I'm trying to help people understand and kind of live more full lives in this very mathy, algorithmic world we're part of. Going back to what you're asking about education, rather than just trusting what some officials at a university say is important, I think students are now realizing AI is empowering themselves. And they can learn a lot. They can study. They can pass tests a lot. They can write essays with AI. So we're kind of stepping back and trying to think, what can we really do to help them? What do they need to succeed in the future world, the future economy? What can we provide? Knowing that they are going to graduate into a world of AI and everything else.
Yeah, and I would even argue what you're doing with these oral tests is so interesting because that is a tool that maybe they don't have in their toolbox just because they have relied on these chatbots now for the past few years even.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
You are on the right track here, and I really applaud that.
Okay, I have to mute you guys for just a second. Give me about 5 minutes. I have to put you on mute.
Podcast Network.
Are y'all ready?
Let's do this.
Really?
This is the best idea of all the ideas.
We always prioritize each other.
We don't know what we're doing. I don't care.
You can be self-sufficient. You can be independent. You can be all these things.
That's what makes a rewatchable movie. You can keep going back and be like, oh, I didn't notice that before. Hello and welcome to Berkshire Beyond Buffett. I'm Jared Woodbury, and for the next half hour, we're taking you inside the leadership transition at Berkshire Hathaway. The Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, is stepping away from the CEO role at the start of the year, and Buffett began his transformation of Berkshire into the conglomerate we know today way back in 1965. And over the decades, he has added dozens of businesses to the portfolio, including brands you know, like Geico, Dairy Queen, Brooks Living, and Benjamin Moore. We're going to hear from shareholders who will provide insight and analysis on what to expect when incoming CEO Greg Abel takes the reins. So let's drive right in. Before you hear stories from investors, I broke down the key business and growth drivers for Berkshire in an earlier edition of Stocks in Translation. In just a few weeks, Warren Buffett will no longer be CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, a job he's held for 6 decades. His number 2, Greg Abel, will take the reins. But this isn't a retirement story. Buffett is still chairman of the board. It is, however, a succession moment for one of the most unusual, most successful companies in history. And for anyone who's ever looked at this stock and wondered what it's all about, on today's Stocks in Translation, we are breaking down Berkshire basics. Berkshire is not a normal mega cap. It's a holding company with 3 distinct engines. The first is its operating business. These are companies that Berkshire owns outright. They throw off real cash flow year after year, good times and bad, Buffett staple. Engine number 2 is the Berkshire stock portfolio, which probably gets the most attention. It holds big stakes in many public companies, with Apple as the largest. And despite Warren saying that his favorite holding period is forever, there's a decent amount of trading churn in the portfolio from quarter to quarter, and Buffett has slowly given up control over its stock-picking decisions since 2010. Engine number 3, and this is the quirky one, is Berkshire's insurance business, including what's called the float. Insurance companies collect money from premiums first, and they pay claims later. And that in-between float money can be invested. That's a structural advantage that many companies do not have, and it helps explain why Berkshire can afford to be patient when others cannot. Now, let's check out a Berkshire stock chart. And here we're comparing Berkshire to the S&P 500 over the last 5 years, which includes several market cycles. And you can see Berkshire's up 120% versus 80 for America's benchmark index. And you can credit the higher returns to Berkshire's ability to hold it better during both the 22 bear market and during the post-Liberation Day sell-off earlier this year. And while the rest of the market started soaring in mid-April at the right of the chart, Berkshire has lagged a bit, and they credit the overhang of Buffett's departure, which only means that 2026 could be a quiet year for the conglomerate. Now let's take a look inside at the many businesses that make up Berkshire's own mini real economy. Starting with Geico, their insurance business provides a real-time risk on risk pricing across the world. And through its BNSF Railway, it gauges freight, shipping, and industrial demand. And Berkshire Hathaway Energy, not surprisingly, gives a read on the energy markets, including business investment spending and the power grid. In manufacturing, it has Precision Cast Parts, which provides a window into aerospace and industrial orders and demand. And Berkshire has a bunch of household brands, from Dairy Queen to Fruit of the Loom to Brooks Running Shoes. Along with its McLean Supply Chain Services business, it has many eyes on the health of the consumer. Finally, from services like flight safety, it gets business travel and training insights. So Berkshire doesn't just track the economy, it lives inside it. And then it brings to us that next question: what happens next? As 2026 kicks off with Abel at the helm, we're going to want to pay attention to Berkshire's capital deployment, as this is always the game. When do they move? When do they sit on their hands?
because investors have been wondering for the last decade when Berkshire will shell out cash for a big buyout. Will Greg Abel be just as willing to wait for the fat pitch? Meanwhile, that cash pile sits north of $300 billion and it is growing. Next up is stock buybacks. Buffett has always been clear. He's only going to buy a stock, including his own, when the price is attractive or wonderful. So watch that closely. Then there's insurance discipline, the quiet engine. If that stays tight, the whole machine stays healthy. And finally, watch the communication tone. And listen to that. We might miss the marathon Q&A sessions and watching Buffett hold court for hours like a folksy oracle behind a can of Coca-Cola, but clarity is what matters. And now a closer look at some of the key decisions Warren Buffett made to make Berkshire Hathaway what we know today. Portfolio Wealth Advisors President and CIO Lee Munson explains how the insurance business, especially Geico, were crucial in the company's growth.
It's the total engine behind Berkshire Hathaway. Now, a lot of us like the old Warren Buffett grandpa with his sweater, telling stories by the fireplace about See's Candy. And most people have heard about he bought See's Candy and used all the cash flow from See's Candy to buy other things. Not unlike what Philip Morris did during the last century of taking all the money they made from cigarettes and buying cheese companies, right? But more profoundly, it was always really about Geico. I think that we talk about the See's Candy story because it's easier to understand, but he bought Geico, and then basically he made all of his policyholders investors, because what he got was a float from Geico. You take money in for insurance, and then what you don't pay out in claims, you can invest. Well, he was one of the greatest investors of all time, so he had a source of capital that had very, very low cost. It was liquidity that, he didn't have a liquidity problem with investors saying, hey, we need to nab this cash. So his ability to look forward into the future and know how much cash flow he was going to get made it a lot easier to take over companies and to buy things and have a schedule. Really, nobody had done this up until Buffett.
Well, as you say, there's this sort of like image of him as this sort of grandfatherly figure, but that's also calculated in some ways. It can be authentic and calculated at the same time, I suppose. But the way that he communicated with investors, in addition to the shareholders meeting, was through his annual shareholder letter. How did he use that as a tool?
He used it for social engineering. He wanted to engineer his client base. He wanted to make sure that he was selling long-term value. He wanted to be sure that he was the original Bitcoin tout, right? He wanted to make sure that people bought Berkshire and held it forever and never sell your Berkshire. And so not only was the structure designed that way, not only did he have permanent capital, but through his letters, he would talk about moving beyond volatility and not having to think about volatility, talking about a margin of safety. Everything he bought was, a value. He was buying dollars for 50 cents. And on top of that, he was a salesman, right? He talked about underperforming during bubbles and that compounding was really the way. And I think he convinced people that the moats were really about competition. I think that was one of his greatest magic tricks, because really what he invested in through the most part of his life were monopolies and places that didn't have competition and were not based necessarily on the innovation of America, but was based on companies like an Apple computer that just had all the cards. And I think he made people comfortable with that type of, monopolistic oligarchy inside of America.
Lee, how many of these things do you think will continue at a post-Buffett Berkshire Hathaway, right? I mean, obviously the structures, which were sort of original to Berkshire and Geico, they're already in place. But, the letter and sort of how do you think that all evolves?
Well, I think it's going to stop, right? I always look at book value versus the price. We've had times where the net asset value of Berkshire has, gone negative. Here's what the thing is. Buffett's legacy is the architecture of Berkshire Hathaway. His legacy is how he did this. Greg Abel, I'm sure he's a brilliant guy. He knows how to operate. He's been doing it for years. This transition has been signaled. It's nothing new. Everybody on Wall Street knows. But we're not going to have the magic duo of Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger telling these stories and keeping investors focused, solid. And also, those Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meetings We're also sales productions to get people to buy the products that Berkshire had bought within its holding company. So do I think that the operations and the culture will stay the same? Absolutely. But how are we going to get that next generation of disciples of Buffett who just buy that stock and never, ever sell it? That remains to be seen.
Hear directly from two Berkshire shareholders on what they want and expect to see from Greg Abel, Warren Buffett's chosen successor.
SOC.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic dressing makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
With its powerful telescopic zoom, the Flash Force tactical flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen and order right now, we'll send you a second Flash Force tactical flashlight absolutely free. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
If you've ever dropped your phone, wallet, or fries between the seats, you already know why I use the console catcher. It's a flexible insert that stops everything from falling into that annoying seat gap. Scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the seat gap monster.
Greg Abel is taking over for Warren Buffett in the new year. But with new leadership, many come new moves, even though Abel has been at the company for 25 years. Jonathan Boyer, president of Boyer Research, sat down with Yahoo Finance's Josh Lipton and spoke about what differences he expects to see.
Warren Buffett is known to be a hands-on manager. He has a decentralized structure because they
Okay. Sorry about that. Been sidetracked with the wife. Okay. So it looks like we're just going to stay up here north of VWAP for now.
There's probably a lot of fat to cut. There's probably divisions that could be consolidated. There's many things that could they could do to enhance profitability that Buffett just hasn't wanted to do. Buffett is the greatest capital allocator and the greatest investor of all time. He's not known as the best manager of all time. Greg Abel might be able to do things that he wouldn't or couldn't do.
What could Greg Abel do with that John cash war? What would you like to see him do with it as a shareholder?
As a shareholder, I mean, the amount of cash they have is excessive. Since Buffett is going to be gone, he's the greatest stock picker of all time. I'd like them to de-emphasize the actual stock picking. I'd like them to start paying a dividend. Hopefully, over time, they do that. That might not happen right away, but it would be a nice thing. I would like them also to buy back shares. It'd be great if they could make acquisitions. Unfortunately, a company that size, it's hard to find an acquisition that's cheap that also moves the needle.
What do you think, Jonathan, Greg Abel can do to try and, as fully as possible, sort of earn?
Okay, we're pulling back in now. Okay. We've got about 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go.
But one thing I would like him to do is he owns a fair amount of Berkshire stock, but all of that was bought when
USAR, that one's up quite a bit today.
great sign for Wall Street would be for him to buy an extremely large his money where his mouth is.
As a shareholder, how much leash you want to give Greg Abel to close
CRML was also up earlier. CRML.
for you? Is it 1 year, 3? Is it 5?
Listen, we're long-term patient investors. Buffett has created a business that can basically run itself. I just, you want him to be a great steward of these assets. You want him to go in and manage them better. And I think after a 3 or 5 year period, you would be able to see
Looking for a little bounce. See if we can't bounce in this area, we're going to roll over. VWAP. Got 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. 5 minutes, 50 seconds.
That is a huge risk play, but Robinhood has been making some very substantial moves over the last couple of years. The most recent move is this move into sports betting, and you and I have talked about this. This slamming together of sports betting, probability betting, stock trading, day trading, crypto, DeFi,
Lockheed Martin.
trading, tokenization. All this is coming together very quickly. Robinhood is right in the middle of it. Let's see.
Looking good. Lockheed.
Continues as well. And then you just mentioned Berkshire Hathaway. It's the beginning of a brand new era. The beginning of a brand new era. The Buffett premium may have disappeared. The stock was up 10% last year, but the market was up much better than that. We'll see what happens with that huge cash trove.
Lockheed Martin, big move. If you still have those calls, the 490s, those are doing really well. From a couple of weeks ago.
So many people have become millionaires and billionaires with that stock over the past 50 years.
One more here. I don't think we got to strategy. So this is a stock that was kind of bucking the trend of all these other winners here. So, and this is a stock that was just, I'm going to show that.
Diamondback Energy, that's doing very well. Diamondback, that followed through. Diamondback Energy. Looks good, Diamondback.
Well, remember, strategy was Micron's strategy, but then Michael Saylor said, I'm going to go all in on becoming
Micron.
a treasury. The problem with becoming a Bitcoin treasury is that that's your balance sheet. And even if Bitcoin
ONDS. Okay, we got 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. ONDS breaking out. That should be higher next week, I would think. ONDS.
seemed like a good idea at the time as Bitcoin was soaring to $120,000 per coin. But as soon as that coin starts falling, and as soon as there's doubts around, the strength, momentum with Bitcoin, it seemed to fall apart towards the end of 2025. You're going to see companies that are relying heavily on putting Bitcoin in its treasury. That includes Tesla too, by the way. You're going to see them suffer even worse than the price of the coin itself.
Coming up today, Mark's Berkshire Hathaway's
SMH. SMH had a pretty good day today for the most part. SMH. See if we can break out next week. The NASDAQ 100, mostly the top 20, mostly chips today, as we mentioned earlier. Micron, ASML, Lam Research, Intel, Global Foundries, Marvell, KLAC, ARM, ON, and AMT. Entirely the top 10 NASDAQ 100 stocks are all chip stocks. Good for next week. Semis.
Stronger than steel, lighter than aluminum, trusted in aerospace, medicine, advanced engineering, and now redefining the way we prepare food. The titanium edge is prized for its strength, purity, and resilience. Resists corrosion, never absorbs odors, and remains flawlessly food safe without ever breaking down into harmful plastics. A breakthrough. 3-piece cutting board set. Double-sided, ultra lightweight, and built.
Okay, what are we going to do here? Can we get a little rally? Okay, see if we can't get a little rally here. Nice rip here. Okay, nice rip into the close. All right, nice. They're gonna paint this close green, which is nice. 45 seconds to go. 45 seconds to go. And that's a wrap. Okay, folks, listen, have a great evening. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to be out. I'm going to go visit my mom. I'm going to get out of here. Okay, nice close here. S&P, ripping higher. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 4 p.m. straight up. I'm going to get out of here and head down towards New Orleans. Take care. Have a good weekend. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao.